investigation into illegal scouting and sign stealing. Meanwhile, a survey by The Athletic of 50 anonymous Power 5 coaches rated Michigan's alleged activities as a collective 4.2 out of 5 in terms of severity. Comments from the survey included, "It's crazy," called them arrogant and brazen, and that this can't be solved with a slap on the wrist or everybody will be doing it. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539-9797. Tom Izzo at 9:35. Now, look, I am a Michigan football fan, and this whole thing has really pissed me off. And I'm not pissed off at the NCAA, and I'm not pissed off at the Big Ten. I'm pissed off at Michigan. And I'm pissed off at Connor Stalions, number one. And I'm pissed off that there's no responsibility being taken right now by my favorite college football team. And I don't care if Harbaugh knew or Sharon Moore knew or any of these guys, if they didn't know, there has to be severe punishment because this is a bad thing. And I know we've argued back and forth, John, about how much of a competitive advantage it gives them. I'm beyond that because these coaches who spoke to the Big Ten yesterday and in that athletic deal believe that there is some kind of competitive advantage. And they ranked it in the survey 4.5 out of 5, whatever. When you hire somebody on your staff, it's your responsibility to make sure he does the right thing. And if he didn't know, meaning Harbaugh, or maybe there's other superiors to Stalions that they didn't know, and he was doing it on his own, irrelevant to me. There has to be some repercussions. And to me, I think the Big Ten, I think the pressure is getting louder and louder. And I think what they will do, believe me, I could be completely wrong, like I am in a lot of things. I think they're going to ban Michigan from the Big Ten championship if they would qualify to play right off the gate. Because it's their conference. It looks like they're weak as hell if they do nothing. And to me, that's something that, you know what? And as long as that doesn't affect the CFP, I personally don't care. They've won 2 Big Ten championships. You know, you can make your own rings if you won. I don't care. You know, there's a banner, whatever.
Go full Scott Frost.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't do that. But yes, I think that's a fair punishment. And some people would say it's not enough. Harbaugh should be suspended multiple games. Yeah, they're probably going to be something like that as well.
Yeah, I don't know what the punishment should be. The thing I keep going back to is, first of all, I don't believe that Jim knew. I don't believe the coaches knew.
Right.
I understand the leadership, right, and you got to take responsibility. And what I've always said is the ones that are going to get caught up in all of this, that are going to get penalized, that I hate to see them get penalized, is the student athlete,
the players,
the kids,
yes,
the players.
Absolutely.
You know, and you've got guys, and I mean, you know a lot of these guys, right? From high school, Donovan Edwards,
yeah,
right. As long as he's been at Michigan, he knows nothing but Big Ten championships and beating Ohio State and success. And to think that will be tainted, no matter what comes of this, it's always going to be tainted because of the pictures that have been painted,
right?
And I hate that for these kids,
and the pictures that actually were taken,
right? Yes, but it's the kids that are going to have to live with this. We've already seen Aiden Hutchinson ask the question about what he was able to accomplish in 21. What's going on now? All of those things, yeah, a lot of them will be able to move on to bigger and better things in the NFL, but their college accomplishments, I can't imagine what it would be like if somebody came back and said that 97 season was tainted. And I have to live with right now, which I don't have any problem with, the co-national championship. And people talking about in those regards, and that maybe we didn't earn it, we didn't deserve it, maybe Nebraska did. Those things are minor. Very minor compared to the questions that all of these kids will have to answer for the rest of their lives.
But if they go and play these games besides the Big Ten championship and they beat Penn State and they beat Ohio State, I don't think they'll care, to be quite honest with you, that they go and beat up another Big Ten West team again.
What, that they wouldn't be Big Ten champs this year?
Yeah.
The kids will care, yeah. They're always going to care.
I don't think it'll be that big of a deal, especially if they get to play in the college football playoff if they're 12-0.
You don't think winning a Big Ten championship or being excluded from one will matter to these kids?
Well,
100% it would matter.
It would
to
matter,
them.
but it's not going to stay with them, I think, the rest of their lives, especially if a lot of these guys have won 2 already. That's my point.
So I think like one of the big quotes out of this meeting last night, I mean, it would be great to have it be just listening to that, you know. Maybe Connor Stallions was. He hacked into it. But they said collectively the coaches want the Big Ten to act right now. Okay?
Yeah.
And so I think you're going too far, Stoney, where I don't think the Big Ten wants to, when they don't have a full investigation and have all the facts and they haven't let it play out, to potentially take away a Big Ten championship. And
well, they don't have to do it now. They can wait till after the regular season, too, when they get hopefully
no, but
more.
You said, though, not to play in a Big Ten championship game.
Right, exactly. But that doesn't have to be announced or put down until they have their evidence.
Stoney's point is there's still a month before that happens.
Yeah.
There's still time to do some investigation.
Yes.
I don't know if the Big Ten wants to make a decision when I don't believe an NCAA investigation will be complete.
Oh, won't even it
No,
won't.
right.
So therefore,
started, yeah.
right, and
Right,
so
that's
I think they're going to lean on the NCAA still to investigate this. But because of the pressure and the anger and emotion, I really believe a Jim Harbaugh suspension for the rest of the Big Ten season's in play, and it won't be for Purdue. This would come out next week. But Tony Petitti, I think if this is Jim Delaney, who had been the commissioner for years and years, and might stand up to these coaches. This guy's got a reputation to build and to live up to, and if he's not acting on what 13 other coaches want, but he's still defending the big block M, I think he comes across as ballless.
Right. And
I really do.
And a lot of this will come down to, let's look, the way this world works right now, not just in sports, it's all about money. And Michigan brings money to the Big Ten, to the NCAA, and I think that might, shift their thought a little bit, or at least slow down the process. I don't think it's going to happen right away.
What I'm saying is about, the Big Ten actually, imposing a penalty here on Michigan is probably the best case scenario when you really think about it. He's getting paid, all right? So he's not losing money from it.
Right.
It looks probably bigger than it is because the Big Ten came out and went, we suspended him for Penn State, Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. So it makes it look like they did something bigger than they did, when the reality is they played 3 games earlier this year without him.
Right.
To me, it's a penalty that they can impose now based on circumstantial evidence that I think Michigan might bite on. And then if this comes out down the road where it's really not that big of a deal with Stallions going rogue, well, the Big Ten already penalized Jim Harbaugh, and nothing more will come out of it.
I don't think they could penalize on circumstantial evidence. They have to have the actual
I think
evidence.
the Big Ten, the conference plays by different rules.
I know.
than the NCAA. I don't know. Look, could they be penalized, over penalized here? But I do think there's a PR thing in place here right now. People aren't treated equally. Sometimes, people aren't treated fairly. I'm not saying that maybe that would be overdoing it. I feel like they've got to do something though right now. I mean, he has not been the commissioner very long. You have these new teams coming into the conference. If they're coming in, hey, wow, we got a strong commissioner, man. Maybe we go back to the Pac-12. He was actually a better commissioner.
Well, no,
I don't think anybody's going to argue that.
That's what they're all saying, though, the chatter, and could this be the coaches piling on? This was an opportunity last night for them to exaggerate.
Exactly.
But it's 13 versus 1.
Right. 248-539-9797. And as a Michigan fan, I don't want to hear from other Michigan fans say, oh, well, this guy in the media doesn't like us. Ryan Day, they hired, the PI is, his brother's company. That stuff could all be true, but that stuff to me is irrelevant. They cheated. It's that simple.
Here's what I get a little upset with, honestly, is the idea that the NCAA is this weak, feckless organization, and we should just bend over to them. No, take the Kansas model, guys. Fight. Don't self-impose anything.
I'm not saying self-impose.
I don't think they should self-impose the 3 games at the beginning of the season. Don't let them do it.
Yeah, it's Kansas, it's LSU,
Kansas?
it's North Carolina.
It's Kansas. I keep going back to that. It's Kansas in 22.
I understand, but there's a difference, though, between Kansas and the others. That's recruiting, paying play. Not good. Academic fraud in North Carolina. Those guys got nothing, okay? This is the actual game stuff, and that's why it's a little different. in my opinion.
It is the integrity of the game, whether
Yes.
how big of a deal you think it is or not. I would say that right now, as a Michigan fan, I would take what I just put on the table. I think John would take it. I think you would take that if the worst thing that ever came out of this was Jim Harbaugh being suspended with pay the remainder of the Big Ten season, starting with the Penn State game. That because
Can he
don't you
coach during
fear
the week?
Don't you fear that it can be bigger?
Sure, you always fear it could be bigger, but you also want to fight because it might not be as big as you're making it right now.
But this all goes to it's his responsibility, even if he was unaware.
Right.
And so you just come in, you do this thing. He's still getting paid. Yeah, it could matter on game day, but I mean they've won 3 games this year, way lesser opponents. I get it and stuff. I just fear that this thing's going to blow out of proportion. I think it already has.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Grass Lake. Kurt, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hi, guys. Thanks
Hi.
for taking my call.
Thanks for holding.
I think that they should suspend Harbaugh for the remainder of the season, and I think the OC and the DC as well. John, one of your strongest talking points was that this was not a competitive advantage.
No, I said it was a
I mean,
minimal
what's your
advantage.
experience as a Big Ten coach? That you had 13 other guys that sort of dispute that.
I don't have an experience as a Big Ten coach. I have experience as a Big Ten player, and I think it's a minimal advantage. I'm not saying it's negligent or it's nothing there. I think it's a minimal advantage.
Yeah. Well, and one of the other talking points was that, this guy was a lone wolf, but you've got video evidence of him, working with the OC, working with the DC, and talking to Harbaugh on the sidelines.
Yeah,
and
but
if
that-
you were
but-
just
but hold on.
run-of-the-mill GA,
But
why would that happen?
Well, first of all, he wasn't a GA. The other thing is he had that job. They might not have known where he got all the information. If he didn't, allegedly steal signs and all that on site, he could have had similar information that he was giving them anyway. It was part of his job. So I don't want to say the only reason he gave them that information was because he got it illegally.
Yeah.
That was his job. And say what you want about whether he should have been on the sidelines. To me, if that's his job as far as, decoding, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is how he got some of this information to augment what he already did.
And some of these coaches last night on this call used words like tainted, fraudulent, unprecedented. Those words carry a lot of weight, man. They make potentially, they're trying to pressure Petitti into doing something.
Right, and well, there's a caller that has some words that I think I've used before, but I'm not going to steal.
Did anybody say let it play out?
No, but okay, in a different way.
All right, we'll take those calls coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality or serious injury in Michigan is absolutely staggering. The attorney that you choose to help you must have specialized knowledge and expertise in handling these complicated cases. Injury attorney David Feminio and his team have helped the victims of truck accidents for over 25 years, and they stand ready to help you right now. If you've been injured by a big truck, you need to call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797, talking about the story that came out this morning, late last night, I should say. The Big Ten coaches had a video call with the new commissioner of the Big Ten. It was a scheduled, planned meeting anyway, and then after they got through the business that they needed to, Jim Harbaugh was told to leave the meeting, and then they were going to talk about Signgate, stealing signs, all that kind of stuff. All right, so we're taking your phone calls, and we're asking, what should happen to Michigan? Well, should the Big Ten supersede the NCAA? And I think they should, but I just want to be fair here. They have to have enough evidence and have their own investigation. They just can't go by this. I assume they are also talking to Michigan and getting their own, information. They're not just doing this wildly, so to speak.
The reason I suggested what I did to suspend him with pay is that they can say, look, we need to, do something here. We believe they have a competitive advantage. All the other members of the Big Ten think that, but we can't do any more and we can't even suspend them without pay. I don't know. I might just. We're all in uncharted territory.
Correct. Here. It's just so freaking bizarre. Let's talk to Dominique in Detroit. You're in 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
Good.
First, I want to give a shout out to my brother David Hatchett, man. He got me listening to the radio, so I've been listening to you guys, and y'all give great non-biased opinions for the most part. So I'm glad to join y'all this morning.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm a Michigan grad, so I'm gonna give a non-bias as well because I'm even keeled. I think the main issue, and that's just what our new culture nowadays is, that we have a super fast council culture and the court of public opinion. And once information gets in people's hands and opinions are made on it that everyone has, then it snowballs into, okay, something needs to happen immediately because I'm upset with it. But in reality, everything has to go through a due process. Like, I understand people may be super angry and upset that, it needs to happen now, but you can't do that in the real world. You can't always get this instant gratification because you're upset with something because it's not going your way. And with the 13-1 coaches, I would do the same thing. I would cry. I would beg and kick because other than that, Penn State will never get to a Big Ten championship game. So, of course, I'm going to be like, yes, this is the worst thing ever. I'm glad they got caught. Of course, because you get the upper edge now. So that was flips from Michigan getting the upper end to now all the other coaches like, all right, well, I got one loss to Ohio State. If we can vacate these Michigan wins and get them out of it, now I have a chance to get to the college playoff.
You would have, thanks for the call, Dominic, and we'll hatch you too. I would assume that before any decision is made from the Big Ten or the NCAA, they've seen the video that has been provided to them and pictures, and they've also talked to Connor Stalions. I mean, they can't make any type of decision until they speak to him. We haven't heard from him, obviously, and we haven't heard, and we're not going to hear how the investigation is going. My point as far as suspension or the penalty is when they get the information. I'm not saying do some willy-nilly thing until you based on what you see right now. You have to go through some sort of process.
Right. There's got to be a due process. And I would imagine, and I don't know the rules or the bylaws of the Big Ten or the power that the commissioner would have, that there would be an ability to do a fact finding. And this goes to somewhat that you were talking about, Stoney, in terms of the Big Ten championship game. There's still time for this due process to take place.
Right.
I don't know what the end result is, what the timeline would be for that due process, but there's still time for that to take place. Michigan's still going to play Purdue on Saturday night.
Correct.
They're still going to travel to State College and play the game. Right. Now it's a matter of what happens between now and the Big Ten championship game, if that's the route the Big Ten wants to go.
Right, and if Michigan even gets there. Benjamin in St. Clair Shores, what's up?
Hey, I've seen like 45 seconds, and I listen to you guys talk. So we live in one of the rare countries in the world where the justice system is innocent until proven guilty. And Gov, I think you've fallen victim to the syndrome, which is I want to look good. I want people to perceive me as good. So I'm going to do something right now. I can nail them to the cross, and if I was wrong, I can pull the nails out and take them down. But the scars are always there if you do that wrongly. And it's easy to fall suspect to that these days. That's the world that we live in. Everyone's worried about looking good, using filters. It's all about perception. The only thing that matters at the end of the day, the only thing that is real is someone actually guilty or not. You haven't been part of the investigation. None of the people on the radio or us listening, most of us probably have no purview to that. So I say let them go through it. If they find them guilty and they punish them, so be it. If they find them not guilty and they don't punish them, so be it. Everyone will have issues one way or the other, but that's my take on it.
I understand.
Here's my defense in that. You know this, Stoney and John, you know this. I'm simply pointing out the world we do live in.
Right.
That we do live in a cancel culture world. That perception is reality, and that I think the Big Ten last night and the commissioner got pressured into doing something that maybe they shouldn't do. But it's the world that we live in, and they've been pressured into acting, do something. And you want to talk about due process, the last two callers? This is not a criminal investigation.
Right.
Due process only applies to a criminal a case. This is college football.
Well, you
That's
also
the
have to worry
NCAA.
about setting precedent. And so, okay, this is the situation we're dealt with right now. What happens down the road if somebody else, and maybe it's not this bad, or maybe, who knows what it is. Like 6 weeks ago, I could have never imagined this situation.
Correct. None of us could.
And so, we have no idea what happens down the road, but if they are forcing the Big Ten commissioner to jump ahead of the process, and he does, and I'm not saying that's wrong, but then all of a sudden, in another 3 years from now, when something else happens around the Big Ten, and it could be Michigan, it could be anybody else, are you setting a precedent as the Big Ten commissioner that this is how we're going to operate? The rules, the bylaws, all of that stuff, we're going to throw that due process that we may have as a conference, we're going to put that aside because we believe we're doing what is right.
Well, maybe
and we're setting a precedence that will need to be followed down the road.
But maybe they're going through their due process, right? I assume the Big Ten's going through the big due process now. I assume they're talking to people in Michigan. Like I said, I assume they're talking to Connor Stallions, and then they'll be able to make their decision.
It sounds like the coaches went scorched earth on them last night.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they exaggerated things for their own benefit. Trust me, they all have agendas here. We've seen how some of these coaches act and stuff.
You don't think if it was Ohio State that Harbaugh would be sitting there throwing stones too at this video call? Of course. That's just the way it is. Jackie in Northville, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hi, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
Okay, so I was still on my thunder a little bit, but that was my point. Like, what if the Big Ten coaches are pushing this so aggressively for punishment right now because maybe they feel like the NCAA doesn't have a very strong case and they're not going to get the sanctions to punish Michigan as much as they want to? If you can't win, if you don't have a strong enough case, you win in the court of public opinion, especially if Michigan can't respond in the court of public opinion. So it feels like that. Like they're trying to punish Michigan before the NCAA might not be able to.
I think the Big Ten would look foolish if they come down with a penalty or a verdict that's a lot stronger than the NCAA's.
Yeah.
But,
That's why I think yours is way too severe. I mean, if you think about it, you
Right.
said the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a team win the conference regular season championship and then not play in that game and potentially jeopardize your conference from having a team in the college football playoff? Absolutely not.
Well,
the Big Ten would
It
be
doesn't hold them out of
Right,
the,
it doesn't hold them out of the college football playoff.
well
Because you'd have an undefeated Michigan team going up against, if they're going to pick, let's say it's Ohio State with one loss. To me, the CFP is still going to pick Michigan. That's my point. That's why I don't know. We'll argue with the semantics about how important the Big Ten championship. Obviously, it's important, but to me, CFP is more important. Tim in Flushing, what's up?
So the first thing, I guess, I make the assumption that in the beginning of this thing, everybody said the coaches think this rule is antiquated and they think they should be able to scout. It goes back to 1994. So I make the assumption that all these coaches would like to do it. My problem is this. Where do we go if they punish Michigan for doing the very thing that they want to do, and they're actually wanting them to get rid of this rule? They punish Michigan. Now they can't get rid of the rule that all the coaches want them to get rid of.
Well, they can. Rules change over time.
But Tim, so this goes to my argument of why don't you give Reggie Bush the Heisman back? The rules have changed now, but at the time he broke the rules. That's why I don't think they should have the Heisman Trophy back. Like, just because the rule may change down the road doesn't decrease the fact that you broke the rule now, if that's the case.
So if somebody's in jail, thanks for the call, for like selling weed back 25 years ago.
It was against the law at that time.
Right. So now if he's still like serving whatever time, you don't think they should come out of jail now that it's legal?
Well, they can revisit that ruling now. Okay. I'm just talking about at the time.
Okay. Oh, yeah, at the time it was obviously against the law. Joe in Grosse Ile, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys. Hi, guys. If I'm Tony Petitti, here's what I do. I pick up the phone and call Ward Manuel and tell him, you guys can set a record that nobody will ever break. Ward, suspend him for the last 3 games of the season. It's obviously for a different reason than the first 3 games of the season. Can you imagine the drama? Because Michigan will win those games. They're going to beat all those teams. They're that good. Drama that will unfold when Harbaugh comes back for the championship game and convince them that it's the right thing to do. And JJ wins a Heisman, and they go on. This Michigan story is blowing up everywhere, and I think the right thing to do is be the first coach suspended, the first 3 and the last 3 for different reasons. Win a natty and have a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. Just push all the chips in. Go for the drama.
Call Hallmark and Disney. Absolutely.
There's a lot of different twists and turns that this could take. I mean, I didn't think I would wake up on, was it Tuesday, and think that we would be talking about somebody on the sidelines of another team. And we don't even know if that's him or not yet. But just the thought
we
that
think it is. Don't you think it is?
I don't know who it is. Like, did we hear anything from Central Michigan yesterday?
No, not yet.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
It just is.
It is. Like, every day you wake up and you're like, what is it today?
Right. All right, 248-539-9797. If you wanted to hear our interview with Tom Izzo earlier in the program, go to the Odyssey app. It's a terrific interview. He talks about Bob Knight and also has some interesting things to say about the football program at Michigan State University and the rumored candidate. 97 won the ticket.
Oh, sorry. All right. Okay. This one is the Bet 5, get 150 money line question. Hold on. As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel right now. The new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use, so download it now and explore the app. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. So have some fun with it. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL and the official partner of 97 Won the Ticket. That website again, FanDuel.com/Jansen. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Do we have time for number 2? It's all right. I could try to do it at the next break.
The Texas Rangers win the World Series in 5 games, 4 games to 1. Of course, if it goes 5 games, that's what it is. 5-0 the final last night. Corey Seager, the MVP. He had 3 homers and 6 RBIs in the series. And real quick, the Rangers lost 100 and some games a couple of years ago.
2, yep.
December 1st, 2021 was a very important day in baseball because the Rangers, there are a lot of shortstops available. Rangers signed Corey Seager to a 10-year, $325 million contract. And then they signed Marcus Semien, 7-year, $175 million contract. So what do they need 2 shortstops for? Well, I'll play second base and other positions. And that same day, Javi Baez signed a 6-year, $140 million contract. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Let's see. Casey's been waiting the longest. What's up, Casey?
Hey, how you doing? I got a quick one.
Mm-hmm.
What if the Big Ten does ban Michigan from going to the Big Ten title, and we run the table, smoke Penn State, smoke OSU? They send OSU to the Big Ten title, and they win. We're still undefeated. What does the college football playoff do? Also, does Ohio State and Penn State have to play the game against us if they know the Big Ten's banning us?
Well, Penn State probably hopes so because they want to beat Michigan because if it's a 3-way tie, they go to the Big Ten championship game.
I think the
Michigan
college
beats Ohio
football
State.
playoff committee still lets Michigan in,
Yes.
and it'll be very similar to last year where you probably have Michigan and Ohio State in the college football playoff, lineup.
And that depends how many undefeated teams there are. Well, we can get into that because one of them would have 1 loss. Right?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a situation where there are a couple of teams with 1 loss.
So rank 2 and 3 in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah,
in this
play
college
again.
football play, and this is the basically did it matter or not bowl.
Yeah,
in terms of the cheating.
If Ohio State has 1 loss, I mean they'd have all the power in the world to put them at 4, and like they did last year, and then you'd have the national title game could be the rematch.
No one cares. I'll take a text. What the coaches of Northwestern Indiana, Illinois, etc. have to say about a real football team. Go back to the kids' table. Enjoy the money Michigan makes for them. That's not the spirit.
Yeah, the other big dogs complain though too.
Yes, Penn State was in.
And they took advantage of a situation maybe where
Yes.
they told Harbaugh to get off the call, and then they could be as candid and honest and maybe over exaggerated as possible.
Yes. Stoney, this is a typical lunch Bob mentality you have. Can we please let the NCAA complete their investigation? I said that the Big Ten can do this with kicking them out of the Big Ten championship game if they have the proof. And that's what I think the penalty will be. I'm not saying to do it just based on public opinion. That's not where I'm coming from. Let's go to Brian in Millington. You're 97 on the ticket.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think a good solution until they figure things out is let their opponents put the headsets in their helmets. They won't have to worry about sealing any signs. Michigan still has to use the old rules. The teams that they're playing in the future get to put headsets in their helmets, and then they won't have to worry about anything until they sort everything out.
So the Michigan opponents can use headsets, but Michigan can't. That's what you're suggesting?
Right.
Okay, but most of these teams are changing their signals anyway, especially now that they've been warned. They've been told that Michigan's a bunch of cheaters.
Well, then what's the problem going forward? I mean, I understand there's a problem behind us, but
yes,
what's the problem going forward then? But I'm just saying maybe that would acquiesce a little, moving forward for the next four opponents.
Competitively, I don't think there's a problem going forward. It's just what happened in the past, and that's what they're going to be penalized for. John and Wixom, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, I'm in the mind of waiting till the end of the season for similar reasons to the last caller. I mean, I think it's safe to assume with the NCAA camped out at Ann Arbor for a couple of weeks and the national spotlight on the program that they're not doing whatever they were doing now. So if they go to Happy Valley and they win and they beat Maryland, they beat Ohio State, and they win the title, and they beat two other top 5 teams, doesn't that kind of make the so-called competitive advantage somewhat negligible? They won anyway. They won big.
Well, it makes there's nobody's saying there would be a competitive advantage for these coming games because these teams have been warned. So that's on them if they don't want to change their signals. So it's the games before that. Chances are, even if they had no competitive advantage, they would have won anyway. And some of the teams, like Ohio State, are looking at what happened previous years.
But if they beat them again soundly without any kind of sign stealing, you know what I'm saying? I don't see all the talk about, well, if they win, there'd be an asterisk, it's a tainted title, and all this stuff. I don't see how that would be true if they win now not doing this.
That I agree with, but the taint, if you want to go to the asterisk, could be on last year, Big Ten, if you believe that they cheated last year. That's all. All right. It's now time for news. And here's Heather.
Okay, so get this. A nonprofit group of cold case crime investigators believe that they have solved one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history. Yes, the Case Breakers, as they're called, say that they have located a site in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where Jimmy Hoffa is buried.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, an answer.
They've got the answer. So this group has zeroed in on this burial site. It's next to the current Milwaukee Brewers Stadium, and they believe Hoffa's body lies in the spot under where the demolished stadium's third baseline previously stood.
Is the ground undisturbed?
No, there's a parking lot there now. There's a little league field there, and there is a parking lot. Now this group has been there, right? And they use some sort of like radar,
sonar imaging,
something, but it was too deep, and there was like a clay layer, so that didn't work. But they brought in a dog, a canine dog that had several positive alerts in that area. So they do believe that that's it. And they say they have one key piece of evidence. They have this playing card that was left behind by a dying police sergeant that was involved in Hoffa's kidnapping. And on that playing card was a little note, and it had Hoffa's name on it, and it had the location of his burial and the date, because they say his body was moved there back in 1995. So now they say the next step is to dig. Will it happen? Won't it happen? Will he be there? Won't he be there? The mystery continues.
The reason I asked what was there, or I mean, like if they put a parking lot, did they possibly dig up the remains and putting in the parking lot?
Well, I thought the same thing. And you think, though, if you were digging or putting in a park, you would notice bones and
you would
things.
Think. Yeah,
I would imagine that, people find stuff when they do things like that all the time. Like, they make discoveries.
It's amazing. Hoffa must have been a big sports fan because obviously the longtime rumor he was buried in the end zone of the old Meadowlands.
Meadowlands, yeah. That ended up not being true.
So while they think they've solved it, the mystery still does technically continue because it's not solved yet. Yes. Dearborn's fire chief was charged on Wednesday for drunk driving 2 months after being arrested and being placed on administrative leave. Joseph Murray was stopped by police on August 29th for speeding and weaving, and he was arrested after he failed a field sobriety test. At the time, he did refuse a breathalyzer, but he did admit that he had had at least 4 or 5 beers. And according to the officer who was arresting him, he could barely speak, slurring his words, and also had trouble standing. So he's been charged with operating while intoxicated. He'll be arraigned on December 1st. He has been reinstated back to his position. According to some new research, life is generally healthiest in Northwest Michigan and right outside of Detroit in Livingston, Washtenaw, and Oakland counties.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, so the healthiest place to live in Michigan is Leelanau County.
Okay.
If you're looking to
Be healthy.
Be healthy. And if you're looking to not be healthy, or the least healthy place, Wayne County, which is also the most populated place as well. Number 2 was Clinton County, Ottawa County, number 3, Livingston at number 4, Oakland and Washtenaw 5th and 6th. And they looked at a whole bunch of categories to come up with these rankings: life expectancy and quality of life. And within that quality of life, they looked at things like prevalence of smoking, drinking, sexual activity among the residents, level of healthcare, education, income, employment, air quality, water quality, housing, transit, all of these things to come up with this list. So,
As an Oakland County resident, I'm glad to be in the top 5.
Yeah, me too.
I'm in the Super 6.
Yes. Finally, you could help Detroit's Thanksgiving Day Parade be named the best in the U.S. for 2023 because USA Today has included the parade in its list of the best holiday parades in the U.S. for 2023. And it's coming on top before in 2018, 2019, and in 2022. So all you have to do is vote. You can go online. You can vote once a day through November 29th.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I think it's great, and maybe one day I'll go to it so I can actually vote.
You will
It'd be a fun
go. You'll
experience.
take Emily and whatever he's going to be named.
Yes, the unnamed baby
Baby
boy.
DeCourcy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Baby boy. We'll just call him that.
Was it Gibbs DeCourcy?
Gibbs, yes.
Gibbs. I still like that name. It's
It's
Gibbs.
not
Plus, if you're an
happening.
NCIS fan, you
Say
got
that
Gibbs.
It's not happening, but it's nothing's set in stone, so you never know.
Stone.
All right. Thank you very much,
You said
Heather.
Stone DeCourcy.
Stone DeCourcy.
Yeah. Stone DeCourcy, man. 97 won the ticket.
There goes that.
Well, you man, his father plays disc golf, so of course he'll be stoned.
Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app's easy to use, so download it now. And there's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. That's why you got to download it and explore the app. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Get ready to start the NFL week off right, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night football. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's game between the Panthers and the Bears, and you're going to get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own, or you could choose from one of the popular SGPs pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So download the app now and explore and have some fun. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Congratulations to Dusty and Dexter. He heard Marcus Simeon's 2-run ninth-inning home run. He was the correct caller, so he won a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Bruins, the Boston Bruins, Saturday at Little Caesars Arena. For tickets and more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com. By the way, a friend of mine suggested a show to watch.
Yeah.
It's like a hockey show. It's called Shoresy. It's on Hulu. It's hard to describe. It's like these guys play in a senior league in Ontario, but the filthy, disgusting language. It's very funny. It's like I told him, I said, actually, I binged like 3 of them yesterday.
Yeah.
I said it could be the funniest, best, worst show I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah.
It's called what?
Shoresy.
Is there anyone that we would know in it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No,
you know how hockey players obviously have nicknames. So the guy's last name is Shore, so they call him Shoresy. He's the main character, and he plays for this senior team, and he's also a referee, and he yells at the kids, and it's really crass, but it's funny.
It's got a great IMDb rating.
Oh, it does?
If you're into that.
Oh, yeah.
8.5 out of 10.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That's on Hulu.
Yes, it's on Hulu.
All right.
All right, let's go to Chris in Garden City. You're 97 on the ticket.
Fellas, great show as always.
Thank you.
Heather, great reporting. Yeah,
Thanks.
I just don't think that the Big Ten's going to do anything to their cash cow. What's stopping Michigan if it's something that's going to hold us back and screw the fan base and everyone over? You think Michigan, what's stopping them from going, hey, we'll go to the SEC? I mean, I know that's extreme, but, hey, that's the type of leverage they have.
They do have
Well,
there is leverage.
The
but
big
you're right.
moneymakers are obviously Michigan and Ohio State.
Correct.
I mean, yeah, in theory, they could take their ball and go home.
Yes, but
I don't think that happens.
No,
but.
that would be wild. Can you see Michigan in the SEC? Tom, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how's it guys go? Good. How you doing? Hey,
good.
2 things. The rules were put in place to balance the field and for financial reasons.
Correct.
Coaches, schools did not want to pay guys to go scout. Everyone gets a certain thing. Second, I'm not a Michigan fan and I'm not a Harbaugh fan, so I'm going to tell you this is ridiculous. This is 100% stupid because coaches change thousands of things. I mean, John, you've played. You've gone to different schools. You've gone to different colleges. Coaches change. This is no advantage. This is 100% ridiculous because if you're coaching, you change every day. You change at halftime. You change. No one can get these signs. It's just ridiculous. No one's talking about it. You know why Michigan's winning? They got better players.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I agree with
nobody's denying that.
Tom, I agree with you. I think there's a minimal advantage, and it is what it is. There are signs that are going to change every single week.
True. Tom, do you not agree with what one of the coaches said in his video call, that it's a big advantage if you know from a sign that there's a run or a pass play?
I coached. I played. John, you played. We changed everything. You could change it at halftime, and you don't know the combination. And coach and look at what Ohio State did this year. They hired a guy to analyze their team. It's unfair. Look, I'm not a Michigan fan, but it's unfair to Michigan. I can't believe I'm saying this.
I don't think it's unfair to Michigan at all because the rule is there. You can argue all you want about how much of an advantage it is until you're blue in the face. Okay, and I did not mean to use blue as a Michigan thing, but what you can't argue is they broke a rule.
Right, but I think what he's arguing is the penalty or all of the outlash, the outburst since then. There is a due process. I don't know what that is for the Big Ten. They may have already completed that process. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I'm not going to go through all of the bylaws of the Big Ten to find out what the process is in this scenario.
Right. Nobody's sitting there and saying,
somebody
I
will.
don't think anybody's sitting there and saying, all right, let's penalize Michigan just because we have this stuff right here. They have to go through the Big Ten and the NCAA, but the Big Ten in particular, because we're talking about what happened last night, has to at least have talked to Ward Manuel, to Harbaugh, to Stallions to get some sort of, evidence that this actually happened or get some deniability.
This is why, though, I brought up the suspended with pay. People get suspended with pay all the time before due process plays out.
Yeah.
Hello, Connor Stallions.
Right.
That's why I think that's what's going to happen here. That they'll say they're doing something without really doing that much. Is it a big deal that Jim would miss another game? Yeah. Maybe I went too far. I was actually thinking about that here. Just collecting everybody's information, everything that everybody said. Maybe it's just a game. That way the Big Ten can say, look, all right, this is what we can do. We did something. But is it really that much? I mean, heck, what if they come out midday tomorrow and say we're spending them for the Purdue game? And that's it.
People will laugh.
Probably. I mean, that's where you but whatever. I mean,
Yes.
the Baylor coach got suspended for half a game.
Right.
Suspension, sure. Whether they pay him or not will be up to Michigan.
But suspension with pay protects you. That's why Stallions is suspended with pay. If they suspended him without cause,
It would be Michigan.
But that's Michigan's
decision.
call.
is what I'm
well,
saying.
they're
That's
not
the
going
Big
to
Ten.
suspend. That's why they're paying Harbaugh, because they pay him way more than Stallions. I
No,
think.
but I'm saying the Big Ten, I don't think, can sit there and say you're suspended with pay or without pay. That's Michigan's call.
Oh, exactly. Okay, so whatever. The Big Ten
Yes.
goes to Ward, hey, do this, and then we can make the coaches happy and get off our backs for a while. If people don't think this stuff goes on behind the scenes, loco. Honestly. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, everything's pure.
No.
Everything's just
nothing.
honest
No,
and fair.
no, it's
it's
not.
until the next scandal happens.
Oh, of course. What will the next scandal be? What do you think?
I'm not creative. I wasn't creative enough to come up with this one.
I know.
I mean, either.
I mean, seriously, and please don't try to equate. I'm not saying they're equal, but in this past few months, we've had a coach get fired basically for having sex on a phone with somebody, and we had some guy, whether it's under Michigan auspices, a member of Michigan's football staff, on the sidelines allegedly in Central Michigan, and sending people and having this complete sign-stealing scam, all within the last few months that we've heard.
But the kicker to all this is if Connor Stallions, eventually a camera comes out, that ain't Aaron Andrews' camera in Mel Tucker's room.
Oh, my God. Yes, that would be weird. All right. Caution.
Yes, it would be weird.
That's something like I would say. Caution.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've worked with you too long.
Yes. Caution Anderson coming up next. What's up, boys?
I don't know if I'm discounting anything. Like I have no idea what
Thank
could
you,
happen
Doug.
next.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, it might sound crazy, but at this point, my eyes are wide open for what's going to happen next.
Who's going to play the $2 Slam? You or Gator or both?
Gator can.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. All right, Gator. Gator.
I can do it if you want. You want me to do it?
I'm just going to read the questions. Whoever wants to answer can answer.
We'll alternate.
Alternate. I like the alternation. Is that a word, alternation? Anyway, probably
Yes,
not.
it is now.
Oh, it is now. Yeah, it's like my curiosity word that I love. All right. The contestant got 5 correct. Here we go. Who do the Pittsburgh Steelers play tonight?
Tennessee Titans.
The Lions traded for this wide receiver on Tuesday.
Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Carlos Monterez is a columnist for this local newspaper.
Detroit Free Press.
This artist had the 1999 hit Livin' La Vida Loca.
Ricky Martin.
Nathan Carter leads this Big Ten team in rushing yardage.
Michigan State.
Matt LeBlanc played this character on the sitcom Friends.
Joey.
Who currently leads the NFL in sacks this season?
Danielle Hunter.
Who wears jersey number 1 for the Lions?
Cam Sutton.
Zagreb is the capital of this European country.
Croatia.
The Red Wings will play the Senators 2 weeks from today in this country.
Canada.
Oh, so close.
Sweden.
Sweden.
Did we get them all but that?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice job.
Hey,
Croatia.
Hey,
how'd you pull Croatia out?
I'm a worldly guy. I know what's up. What do you mean, how'd I pull it out? Doesn't everybody know that?
No.
Okay.
Well done.
Yes. What do you guys got going today?
Well, we'll start with what you're finishing with. The Big Ten coaches want Michigan to be punished now. We'll get to that right out of the gate. We got the Y9 Omaha thingy at 10:30.
All right. Carson Anderson next. By the way, if you want to listen to the Tom Izzo interview, go to the Odyssey app, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, we are not in studio today. We are on the road at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair, where some other radio stations decided to blast music. We're going to have to tell them to turn it down a little bit. But we're at Ford Field, and we'll be here for the next 4 hours on 97.1 The Ticket. A little bit of chaos going on right now, but how are you today, Scott?
Sorry, Doug. I'm just a celebrity. I need to talk
Is
to
it kids from your high school?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. Of course it was.
And one of the guys who helps to run the station there. So it's always great to see that,
Yeah.
see the next group. And I was just telling the guys that when I was here Monday night for Monday Night Football, I went by the Raiders radio booth because Jason Horowitz, who's the play-by-play voice, is a former WBFH staffer. Same high school that I went to. And so he's elevated himself to that position, which is really cool. So we took a picture and put it out on Facebook and sent it to our old teacher, instructor Pete Bowers, and just really cool.
Well, that's pretty cool. Good for you. Anyway, we'll be at Ford Field today for this career fair and meeting with some people. But, Gator, we have got Red Wing tickets to give away.
That's awesome.
Yes, in the first half of the show. And we've got Lions tickets to give away in the second half of the show. So people stay tuned. We'll do a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 11:56. First one with the correct answer to the quiz question, get a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Florida Panthers tonight at the LCA. Then second half of the show, we'll have some Lions tickets to give away. And that'll be for the game, let's see, that is Sunday, November 19th. Who do they got? Who do they play that day? Is that Chicago? I think it's Chicago.
Sounds good, Doug.
It doesn't say here, but we'll figure it out. We'll be giving away Lions tickets second half of the show. So start with Red Wing tickets. Carson Anderson quiz question coming up at 11:56. So stay tuned right now. If you do not win, for more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. So Pistons blew that game last night. Watched some action and the World Series. Anything stand out to you last night?
Other than them blowing the 18-point lead, that's kind of what stood out. It didn't like to see that. Early in the season, basketball is a game of runs, but if this team wants to take a big step forward, they're going to have to learn to play with the lead like that. And these games happen to every team. Happens to the best teams in the league. It'll happen to worst teams in the league. You just hope it doesn't happen all that often.
Well, it happens more to you when you're at the bottom of the league or you're a young team. And they were up 18 frickin' points and dwindled it away. And really, when it came right down to it, there were plays there to be made at the end. They just didn't make them. A couple missed layups, missed tap in, a missed dunk attempt. Things that they add up. And eventually, they probably tell you it shouldn't come down to that, and they're right. But in the end, that's what it came down to. And they look so good. Asar Thompson at halftime looked completely gassed when he tried to do the Johnny Kane interview. It's hilarious.
Maybe he was just excited because Johnny Kane,
Well, that's true. All right, so look, one of the big stories you heard them talking about, the Big Ten coaches on a conference call yesterday with Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti expressing frustration and saying they think Michigan should be held accountable right here, right now, and sources, saying that they want the league to act right now. And, I'm sure it plays well with their fan base, and I'm sure if the shoe was on the other foot, I would bet the Michigan fans would be calling for it. And if the shoe was on the other foot, everybody else would be calling for due process. This is an incredibly, everybody's going to, hunker down with their tribe. And it can happen easily that in the middle of a great season, accusations can come in and people get really upset. And this one is different. It's a different nature to this one. But I'm not surprised at all that this has happened, Gator. And talking with a number of people today, they are of a strong belief that nothing will come of it. That Tony Petitti won't act to do anything right here, right now, but continue to say to let the thing play out. And because you know what, the facts are the facts, and an investigation needs to take place. And at the end of that, like I've always said, if you have punishment that you are facing, then you take it, and you own it, and you accept the punishment. However, I do think there is a real question, and we've asked this before, about how Michigan should approach this. And I do think, Gator, that they are asking themselves at the administrative level, and that is, what do they cop to, and just cooperate? Because historically, when you cooperate, the outcomes are better for you. Or you can fight it. You can fight it tooth and nail right to the end. So that's really a question we asked the Michigan fans last week, and a week later, I wonder how they feel today.
Well, I mean, every day something else comes out. Now you've got the meeting that took place yesterday, and Jim Harbaugh was on the call for about a half an hour, and then left the call so everyone could talk freely. And apparently, it got heated, it got emotional. I can understand, and the coaches aren't going to be happy about that. I don't know if that pressure is enough for the Big Ten to act and do something now. If I were the Big Ten, I don't do anything until I have some answers. Big Ten's got to hear about this stuff too. They can't just say, "Oh, well, you guys are upset, and it looks like there's some improprieties here, and yeah, let's go ahead and do that." No, they need to know. And if they do if they find evidence, or if evidence is presented to them that says that, yeah, this happened, they'll have discussions with Michigan and see what Michigan's side of the story is. Are they privy to Connor Stalions and have a conversation with him? A lot of things have to take place if I were the Big Ten before I would act. Now, what Michigan does, I don't think Michigan does anything just yet. I mean, it's the same thing. They need to see what hand the Big Ten wants to play. I'm sure they can have conversations before the Big Ten's going to rule and see where they're at and say, okay, look, before you rule, if you're ready to punish us in any way, maybe we can do some sort of self-sanctioning here and see what happens. But for the rest of this season, this season's going by quickly. What do you got, 4 games left?
Yep.
So in 4 games, with each passing week, it gets less and less. I'm just not sure if there's enough time for any kind of punishment to be doled out by the Big Ten before the season ends. I mean, the biggest thing they could do is obviously prevent them from playing in the championship game, but that may not prevent them from playing in the CFP. That's a whole different issue with what the College Football Playoff Committee would have to have a say in. So a lot's going to play out still. I'm just not sure if a lot's going to play out before those games take place.
I mean, you start looking at things, and I know how this works, right? Everyone's going to get mad. Oh, you just, just think about it. If it was your school that had these accusations, because guess what? Someday it's going to be whoever you're a fan of. Someday it's going to be, and you're going to want to see all the evidence and let the process play. There's processes for these things in place that have taken place for years that everybody has gone through, and I think that Michigan would be no different than anybody else. They would want and deserve that process. Now, with that said, part of this story I do find interesting. I want to tie up some ends here that would seem to make logical sense. And in the midst of all this, there's reports that there might be a Harbaugh contract. I got some comments on that, too, I want to get to. We'll get to the NFL, the Wide Night Omaha 4-Down Round League Blitz thingy coming up today. That is at 10:30. Here on Carson Anderson, we're on the road at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair, and we'll be here until 2 o'clock on 97.1 The Ticket. Kang, I just looked at the live read. It's out of date. It's yesterday's live read, so we're going to have to scrap it. It's the right number. It's about Wednesday specials, so we'll let it go. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Talking about this ESPN story, Big Ten coaches who I through the reporting of Pete Thamel have all said that they knew Michigan was doing this. And I've seen that reporting from Pete Thamel. So my question is, Gator, if they knew Michigan was doing this, did they change their signs before they played Michigan?
I mean, logic would say yes, you would. I mean, if I knew somebody was doing something like that, of course I would. But
so while this is very serious accusations, and I don't take them anything less than that. But if the coaches say they knew they were doing this, logic would dictate they changed their signs before they played Michigan this year.
Yeah, it would. But some of these coaches haven't played Michigan yet this year.
No, and certainly you would think that this wouldn't be a factor when they do play them.
But I guess it doesn't matter if they still broke. I mean, because Michigan still would have broken
I
the
don't
rules.
disagree. I
Yeah.
do not disagree. If you are guilty of breaking the rules, I tend to think you own up to it and face the punishment. I don't know if everybody feels that way, but if the coaches have told people they knew Michigan was doing this, then obviously they would have changed the signals, and it really would have very little impact on what's happened on the field this year. But that doesn't mean that there might not be some culpability in years past. So I get where you're coming from, but this year might be not the example of them taking advantage of it, or even if they.
Well,
thought
there
they
are
were.
some teams that I mean, I don't know what the games were that Stallions attended aside from the Central Michigan game, and prior to that, the Michigan State game. This is when the story broke.
I feel like
so.
we're operating under the assumption that they had scouted out everybody in the Big Ten.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I won't.
Maybe that's not. I
thought it was all but one
it
team is
might
something
be.
that I read, but maybe they haven't played that team or don't even worry about it. So
The other thing about Harbaugh's contract is I would find it, Gator, to be pretty surprising if they are indeed working on a new contract extension. I would find it hard to believe that there wouldn't be some provisions or triggers that would maybe, if there were an issue, if there is culpability that goes all the way up to Jim Harbaugh in this case, that those provisions would allow them to get out of the contract.
Well, I would imagine that before this case even hit, that the Mel Tucker situation would alert every athletic director in the country that if you're going to assign a new coach to a new contract or assign an existing coach to an extension, that you would put language in the contract that protects the university in case things go south for stupidity.
Yep.
And I think that's just common sense, and this probably happened beforehand because Michigan State had it in their contract with Mel. So I would imagine that there are plenty of clauses there would protect themselves.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Bobby on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bobby. Nope, we lost Bobby. All right, never mind. So anything else on this? Like, the precedent for suspensions, I think back to 2010, Gator, when Ohio State had the tattoo issue. But it was also more than tattoos. There were cars involved and all that. Where Ohio State had players suspended.
And they sold things to get money.
Yep. Those players were given 5-game suspensions, but then were allowed to play in the postseason.
Well,
which
yes, thanks for ripping open that old wound because that hurt Michigan State and benefited Ohio State. Obviously, that was the most ridiculous decision ever. That and saying that the kids were going to come back to school because they know that they did wrong and they're going to that whole thing. Yeah, that was a brutal decision made by all involved, and I don't know if they use that as precedence. I mean, I don't know. First of all, there is no precedence for this because I think you can look at it a bunch of different ways. It's the frequency of which this is alleged to have taken place is beyond the charts, right? It's not like it happened for a game. It's not like they just scouted for the Ohio State game. They scouted for reportedly now I think it's up to 35 games in 17 different venues or something like that. So do you look at it and say they have to be punished for each offense?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the NCAA does with that.
I don't know what they do with it either, but I think
I don't think that there will be any quick resolution.
No, I don't think there's. I'm with you. I don't think there's going to be a quick resolution either, unless the big resolution means you got to go through everything and hear appeals and all that, and and go further down the road. And I think that they didn't want to address this until a long time anyway. If you're in the NCAA, if you're the Big Ten, it's different. And again, if they get evidence ahead of time, if they're able to, talk with Michigan, talk with Stallions, find out what was going on there, and to their satisfaction, they could act. They could very well act this season. But the season is rapidly approaching its end, and time's running out to do that.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeff here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, just a couple quick points. One, the fact that sign stealing is not illegal. Now, I understand it's about the methodology, but I would imagine in that whiny little coaches meeting last night, that most of the coaches in that room have attempted to steal signs in some fashion. So the other part is,
hang on a second. Hang on. It's illegal to do it ahead of time. You can't scout ahead of time, and you can't use technology. Those are two different violations that have taken place. During a game, you can go ahead and steal signs. Well, I'm just saying, it's not about the methodology. It's about they did it ahead of time. You could try to steal signs during the course of a game as long as you're not using electronics. If you've got some code breaker on the sideline who's training his eye across the field and he's discerning it, that's fine. But you cannot do it ahead of time, which is what they've done or alleged to have done.
In 2018, Bruce Feldman surveyed coaches. 80% of them admitted to trying to steal signs. So to act like this is some Michigan issue.
Well, hang on a second. Did 80% of them say that they tried to do it ahead of time and went and scouted other games? Or did they just try to do it during the game?
I didn't read the survey specifically, but
then don't cite it. If you're citing it like it's fact, like this is everything that's happened. These are different circumstances.
You're attacking me.
No,
Have you read the survey? How do you know what it says?
I'm sorry. I don't want it to sound like I'm attacking. I'm just presenting the other side. This is different than just trying to steal signs during a game. This is trying to do it ahead of time with scouting, which is the whole part of this, and why it's a problem, because that's what's against the rules. Stealing signs isn't against the rules. Trying to get an advantage by scouting teams ahead of time and using electronics to do so, that is.
Right. Exactly. It's a methodology in which you try to attempt to break these codes. So, but to act like this is something that hasn't been done as far as stealing signs in previous times is absolutely ridiculous. And it seems to be
nobody else has been brought up on it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying nobody else has been brought up on it.
Which brings me to my second point, which is this PI firm that no one seems to know who they are, who funded them, how they went about it. Now, that seems to be a very pertinent issue. How reliable is this information? All we've had is accusation. We haven't had anything in writing. We've had stuff drip, 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 leaked ESPN, news reports. No one knows anything about this PI firm, who hired them. That seems to be a really big issue. How credible are they? What do we know about them? Who are they? Who funded them?
I think it's fair to ask. Absolutely, it's fair to ask.
Well, that's why, I'm all about
let it play
out. I know it's not the hottest of takes, but that's why you need to let this thing play out. 248-539-9797. We'll swing around the NFL next with the Wide 9 Omaha 4-Down Around League Blitz thingy. 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson on the road from the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair at Ford Field. We'll be here until 2 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 248-539-9797. But every Thursday at this time, we swing around the NFL. All right, Gator, you went first yesterday.
I did.
I will go first today. We have a six-pack of NFL questions. Kang, let's go.
All right, here we go, boys. What team messed up most by not making a trade in the NFL this week?
I would go the Carolina Panthers. You got the worst record in football. You have no first-round pick next year. You have assets that people wanted, and you're not going to do anything this year. So why not unload Derek Brown, unload Brian Burns? Why not load up on draft capital for the future and really launch into a full-scale rebuild with Bryce Young moving forward? They had assets that people wanted, and with no first-round pick, it seemed logical to me that they would be a team that would make a move.
Makes sense. I'm going to go with a team that actually is hunting for a playoff spot and needed to improve themselves in one particular area of the team, and that's defense. Cincinnati Bengals. I'm surprised they didn't go out and try to do something more. Joe Burrow's getting healthier by the day. That offense looks like it's humming along. They just beat up on San Francisco. They could have made a play for one of those defensive ends that Washington had given away. Wouldn't have cost them much, as we know. If you're a Bengals fan, I might be pretty upset as much as Lions fans are.
Guys, I've got the Tennessee Titans. I think they really should have traded Derrick Henry away. Now, I know that you don't want to give up on making the playoffs this year, but they could have got a running back in return to help with that, and they need draft capital. Right now, Will Levis looks like he's going to be the starter. Ryan Tannehill is still somewhat hurt. But I think even if they made the playoffs, they wouldn't make any noise. And the thing with Henry is he is going to be 30 years old before the year's over. His contract is up. You're not going to get anything for him. No one wants a 30-year-old running back at that point. I think you could have got something on for him now, particularly to Baltimore Ravens. We've spoke about this before. Last week, me and Gator I asked Gator, what team should Derrick Henry go to? And I said the Ravens. I think it would have been a perfect match. They get Gus Edwards and some draft capital. Ravens get Derrick Henry. But they didn't do anything, so we'll see. They're stuck with a 30-year-old running back with nothing in return. Josh McDaniels was just fired this week. That means at least one job will become available at the end of the season, we think, and another possible landing spot for Jim Harbaugh. If Jim Harbaugh decides to go to the NFL, where does he end up, guys?
Well, it's interesting because this situation has gotten stickier within the last week. There was a report from Pro Football Talk that the NFL might actually step in and force teams to sanction or punish Jim Harbaugh if he escapes punishment that he should get from the NCAA if he jumps to the NFL. I think it's kind of weird, but it's something that they have some precedents in the past to do with players, and they may do it with a coach. If he were to come to the NFL, I mean, I think that a team like the Raiders would be a good spot for him to land. It just seems like one of these fits that you see because the Raiders always kind of do something funky, and why not Jim Harbaugh?
Feels like Mark Davis, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It feels like a bit of a cop-out answer because it's the only job that we know is available as of right now. But it would just seem very, very Raider-esque.
Well, plus, look at what their situation is. Now they're going to start Aiden O'Connell. They're moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo. This team could really go in the tank, could end up with a top 5 pick, and to marry a quarterback with Jim Harbaugh, there you go.
And he loves J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, he
would
does.
Probably love to do some combination there.
Yeah, Gator, you know how much I think Josh McDaniels is a terrible coach, so I'm not surprised with his firing. I actually think it's a good move for the Raiders. But there will be other openings. We don't know, depending if the Chargers make the playoffs or not. The Bears are a popular team. Who knows what's going to happen. But you're right. Right now, we know the Raiders will probably be looking for a head coach, and I agree with you guys. I think it's the Raiders. Mark Davis is a weird guy. Las Vegas is a weird town. Why not hire a weird coach, make it all the same, 3-3. There we go. All right, who's your mid-season MVP?
Well, go with a guy that is really leading a team to great heights. I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts, quarterback Philadelphia. He's got 15 touchdown passes. He's got 6 more rushing touchdowns. Gator, I think Jalen Hurts is the midseason MVP.
Come on. I mean, come on. You're trolling me right now.
It's Jalen Hurts. It's clearly Jalen Hurts.
The man's allowed to his opinion.
Yeah, he's allowed to his opinion, and he's going to live with that one. He's really
Jalen Hurts.
You are locked into hating this guy so much, and that's Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, come on, the guy leads the league in passing passer rating with 108.8. Yeah, he's got weapons to use, and he uses them. He's smart. He makes good decisions. He's got 18 touchdowns on the season. He's thrown for 2,400 yards. This guy is the real deal as long as he can stay healthy, and that's all you're worried about right now is staying healthy. Mid-season point, it's Tua Tagovailoa.
So you guys both win quarterback because that's traditionally how it works in the NFL. Quarterbacks always have the edge in this award. I'm going to give it to Tyreek Hill, a wide receiver. I think this is the year it could finally happen. He's the first receiver to 1,000 yards in the first 8 games of the season. He's got he's got 8 touchdowns. I think this could be the year. So if Tua doesn't get it, I think his teammate might, because his numbers might be so good that he becomes the first wide receiver MVP the NFL has ever had. All right, the Chiefs and Dolphins, the best game this weekend, guys, but it's in Germany at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. Is this awesome or awful?
Well, I know that you're thinking I'm going to say it's awful because it's in Europe to begin with. But the fact that this is an exciting matchup, finally, for the first time in forever, we get a matchup in Europe that we're going to care about. I think it is awesome. It's an awesome big day for football on Sunday. There's no Lions game this Sunday, so why not enjoy football from 9:30 in the morning until 11:15 at night?
Look, because my team isn't involved, I think it's awesome. I think it's a game worth tuning in. I've found that I like those early games, and I like watching them more than I like watching the pregame shows. So if my team isn't involved, I think it's great. Every team has a commitment to the league to make it so many trips over there. So it's eventually going to come back and get you. But the weird thing is the European fans probably don't care as much about the matchup. I'm sure there's some, but if you're getting the NFL once a year in Frankfurt, isn't that where they are? Frankfurt? They don't care if it's Jacksonville versus Jacksonville. Like they go to the game. But
they get the Super Bowl champs.
It's kind of a bit of a waste on them, but for a TV audience, it's great.
Yeah, Doug. See, that's my point on this. We think it should be awesome for Germany, but they don't care. They'll take any game. You're right. Jacksonville versus Jacksonville State, it doesn't matter. The UP versus the Lower Peninsula in Michigan, they don't care. They sell out. They'll wear completely different jerseys anyways in the crowd. It's a bunch of Rob Lowe's out there with NFL symbol helmets and all that stuff, NFL logos. I think it's awful for us. I don't like the 9:30 a.m. game, and I know we don't really care about the West Coast, but that's 6:30 a.m. for them. I don't appreciate the early games, but it is what it is. They finally get a good matchup, but like I said, I don't think they really care. Kyler Murray was a full participant in practice again yesterday, and according to his coach, is fired up. They've got until November 8th to activate him to the 53-man roster. Should the Cardinals actually activate Murray this season, or should they continue to tank for a chance at Caleb Williams?
The problem they have is that he is an $81 million cap hit if he's released at the end of this season. Now, they can hang on to him and still draft a Caleb Williams, but I can't imagine that they want that situation. Nobody's going to take that contract off their hands. I think this is I feel like the Cardinals are in some sort of cap jail right now, and I would start him. I would try and squeeze anything you can out of that stone. And the thing about Caleb Williams, you got to remember, is every year we do this. Every year we talk about, tank for this guy, tank for that guy. So there's no guarantees that Caleb Williams is going to be the next great player. People say it every single year about this crop of quarterbacks. So I think they try and make another run with Kyler. And then if it makes sense, to cut him, it's easier to cut him each year that passes, and then get your quarterback.
Look, Arizona is not a good football team to begin with. This isn't the same Cardinal team that was there last year that had guys on the roster that were stars on both sides of the football, and they just couldn't win. This is a team that's without those guys, and they can't win. There's no DeAndre Hopkins there. There's no J.J. Watt. They've lost an awful lot. Play them. You've got nothing to lose at this point. I think you're the Cardinals. You're trying to you've got your quarterback that you're paying. If he's healthy enough to go, you play. That's how the game works. The other thing is, and maybe not so subtly, the owner of the Cardinals is embroiled in a little bit of a controversy right now. He can find himself in big-time trouble, and this would be a nice distraction from that if you're the Cardinals. Like, let's don't look over here. Look over here. Kyler Murray's going to play. That's what they should do.
If he's fully healthy and he can learn the offense, then you activate him and then you play him when he, like I said, learns the offense. His contract is insane, but his career is far from over. They gave him a huge contract for a reason. Then he got hurt. The team started to suck. If you tank, there is no guarantee you get Caleb Williams. And I think he is one of the best prospects that, put him in the category of Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning. But with that being said, you're not guaranteed to get him. There are other quarterbacks, you're right, Doug, that come out every year. For the most part, I think 2022 is looking like a bad year with Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis. He's only 2 quarterbacks. But other than that, I mean, you have your guy, and you're stuck in this contract anyways. I think he deserves a shot still. Play him if he's healthy. All right, the Bears quarterback Tyson Bagent will make his 3rd career start Sunday, and as long as he continues to start, I'm going to continue asking questions about him, guys, because I find the story fascinating. And as you probably know by now, if you haven't heard, he's from Shepherd University, a Division II school. What's your favorite Division II school and why?
It's a great question. There's some really great programs traditionally out in the Montanas. You see it. The Dakotas, you see it. I'm going to go with one locally. Grand Valley State. This is a program that's won multiple championships at this level. I love the fact that they got on the map with a coach by the name of Brian Kelly. Think about that. All those years ago, Brian Kelly is the one that really got them on the map, and people started talking about him. He parlayed that into job after job, and now he's gone from Notre Dame to LSU. I mean, this guy is all over the place. And, Grand Valley is after he left, they kept that train rolling for a while there. I think it's a great program, and the fact it's part of our state, we should all be proud.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Tyson Bagent question every single week. Much love to Grand Valley, to Ferris State and Tony Anise, Tyrone Wheatley at Wayne State, here in State. But, Gator, I'm going to go with the Colorado School of Mines, the Ore Diggers, number 1 in the Super Region 4 rankings.
Huh?
They can run the table if they beat New Mexico Highlands on Saturday. Then they got to travel to Fort Lewis the following week.
That's a tough match.
I'm going with the Ore Diggers as my favorite Division II team.
College of Mines, it's hard to beat that anyway.
Yep.
That is a great, that's a great school name. But you got to stay local, Doug. Come on. I got Lake Superior State, and you may wonder, because of hockey. No, it's not because of hockey. When I was a little kid, my neighbor was a pretty good high school basketball player. Not the greatest, but pretty good. He got to go to Lake Superior State to play basketball, not hockey. Nice. So ever since then, I've always kind of had this, I've been drawn to Lake Superior State. And also, they've got a sweet logo, guys. We're the real Lakers here in Michigan. We got the Great Lakes, not over in L.A. where they took it from Minneapolis. So I got Lake Superior State as my favorite D2 school.
There you go, and that concludes the Y9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Hey, score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better place to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, which include spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. I'm going to show you a highlight during the next commercial break.
All right.
From a sport you probably don't watch a whole bunch of, but I just want you to watch this highlight, okay?
Is it Sekrat Takraw?
It is not Sepek Takraw, no. But you probably watch this about as much as you've watched Sepek Takraw. But,
okay.
All right, so let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Look, there was the ESPN story about Big Ten coaches wanting there to be punishment for Michigan right here, right now. I mean, obviously schools are mad, and they think that Michigan should be punished right here, right now. And I'm always been a fan of due process, Gator, and it really doesn't matter the school because we've been in these sensitive areas before, and it wasn't always Michigan, and we've always talked about it. You're kind of in the same boat. But we're asking Michigan fans today how you want the school to react. Do you want them to fight all of this, or do you want them to cooperate? And we've talked about this last week, but I think these decisions are being made at the administrative level at Michigan as to how to approach this, because historically cooperating can help you when it comes to punishment being doled out. But if you could also fight it tooth and nail, which there seems to be loopholes and chances for them to do that if they so choose. And I think these are decisions that are being made at very high levels, but how would you handle it?
Well, it's interesting because you look at how they handled the previous investigation that looked like they were getting towards a settlement there, and then the NCAA called off the negotiations. Mm-hmm. And Michigan and Ward Manuel self-imposed a 3-game suspension of Coach Harbaugh. I wonder if this situation, if Ward Manuel is tired of Defiant Jim, if he's tired of, hey, it wasn't on my watch, or I had no knowledge of this was a lone wolf type thing, if Ward Manuel doesn't care anymore, if that's the case, whether it is or isn't, let's just presume for the second right now that it is the case, it was a lone wolf. Does Ward Manuel say, it doesn't matter, there's too many things that have happened under your watch, we're going to take action right now, and we'll suspend you for, whatever it is. We're going to suspend you for the first 4 games of next year. Do they take that approach, or are they going to, buddy up together and say, this wasn't Jim's fault. This was some guy that's out there acting on his own. If that's the case, if that's what the evidence shows. Yeah. If there's any evidence that shows contrary to that, then I wonder if gives Ward Manuel the opportunity to just say, forget it. We're throwing the coach under the bus. You knew about this. We're trying to distance ourselves from a program, from something that's that just you've gotten away with too much, and we're tired of it.
Let's get back to your phone call. Steve, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys, like the show. You know what? I don't think Michigan's guilty of anything for one reason. Everybody is taking an advantage and trying to cheat. If you look at the whole system, what about this NIL money? One school can offer way more money, or a donor can, than other schools. That's an advantage. What about these, like Northwestern? You get a stud player that's dumb as a houseplant, and they get him into the academic approval rating, get him into the school. That's an advantage. What about the portal? Everyone taking students, they leave. How do coaches recruit these guys? Everybody's looking for an advantage. And I think what's going on in the Big Ten right now, go ahead.
But I was going to say, but there are rules in place, and if you violate the rules, then you're in trouble. And if you violate the rules of recruiting or NIL or whatever the case is, admissions, you're going to find yourself in trouble. And this is a program right now that we haven't seen this before.
Well, there's something that Steve brings up, though. He brought up 3 things, none of which I think are illegal by NCAA rules.
No, but here's what I wanted to say. The rules of the game aren't legal. There is no precedent. What would truthfully be an illegal thing? If someone broke in to a player's room, got his playbook, and took it, yeah, that is totally illegal. Or if someone bugged one of the press boxes and were able to listen in on coaches, yeah, that's a hard
but
situation.
filming.
You're talking about crimes.
Yes. I mean, okay. I could pay my father to get.
There's a difference between legalities and breaking rules. Obviously, this isn't a criminal case. This is about breaking rules, and rules are there. Rules are in place. And the examples you gave,
let's say I was a coach.
How different is that? How different is that from you're talking about breaking in and stealing somebody's playbook. How different is it than sending a scout ahead of time and filming the signals?
Well, what about a coach or a family member sending a relative to a competitive team environment like my old man going to Ohio State and sitting on the 50-yard line and being able to look at everything, taking pictures, taking this? I mean, is that illegal? Hell,
if you can prove it.
What is?
It's not
Exactly.
illegal. It's against the rules. Yeah. There's a distinction.
I guess what
there.
I'd be looking for.
No one's going to jail.
I'd be looking for this guy on the Central Michigan sideline. I want to see receipts. Did he get refunded by U of M? Did he get hotel room by U of M paid for?
Steve, you probably would need a hotel room, but I would say that, following the money, if it comes back to inside Schembechler Hall or inside the university, that would be very problematic for Michigan. Steve, thank you. We go to another Steve next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Great topic.
Sure.
I think that the one angle that I haven't heard anybody talk about yet, and it is the money angle, and that's what makes me think that the Big Ten is going to do absolutely nothing, because they have another chance to put two teams in the college football playoffs, and that's huge. And so I don't think that they're going to jeopardize that, because in the end, it always comes down to money.
It's a very cynical approach, and there may be truth to it. I mean, we've cynically said and jokingly applied it to this case. What do the people who run college football think? What do Fox think? What does ESPN? What do the networks think?
Rating.
Yeah.
What's best for them is that Michigan is not knocked out of it because they're a draw.
If I said this,
and with controversy, they're a bigger draw.
Look, that's not the way it should be. They should.
Of course not.
Yeah, but very well may play a role here, and I very cynically look at that. But Gator, right now, if I were to ask you, what is going to be the highest rated football game, maybe college football
Michigan,
game,
Ohio State,
maybe ever?
Yeah.
I mean, the drama that's building up towards this one is massive, and I'm not, very cynically, that guy might be onto something that is something that I think could play a role. Not that it should, but it could. We got Scott. Do we still have Scott on 97.1 The Ticket? What's up, Scott? No, we'll go to Doug. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Doug.
Doug and Scott.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Okay. All right, Doug.
I've calling you a couple times about this. My point is, with this whole thing, someone's trying to derail Michigan and trying to get them off their game. And who's the one that brought this allegation up about this to the NCAA for them to investigate Michigan?
We don't know yet.
I'll tell you.
There's rumors, but we don't know, and we try to stay away from rumors and deal with facts.
He don't like Michigan. He'll do anything to beat us. He's trying to get us off our game before we play them, because
So
they're
did
now
did he hire Stallions to go scout?
Who knows what he did? But I would be looking and investigating the Ohio State program, because how do you – okay, we got all the eyes looking at Michigan, try to get them, knock them down. Who's saying they're not doing the same thing? But
Well, they
all
might
eyes
be.
are in
And
Michigan.
maybe they should go ahead and investigate Ohio State, but there's no evidence against them right now. Right now, the evidence is against Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, if some of the rumors are true, there's a whole nother can of worms. And again, we try to operate in facts as best we can.
There's lots of different cans.
Yes.
And they're all filled with worms.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe, you there?
Let's try Jeff next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how are you guys?
Okay.
All right, Jeff.
Great. Love the show. Hey, I wanted to say real quick. So, yeah, I liked your call about whether it's illegal or whether it's breaking the rules. They broke the rules. There's going to have to be a consequence at some point. I don't understand where all of this, over the last couple of days, all this piling on is coming from. And I guess it's only from that picture from the CMU sideline, correct? That's really what's brought on all this
That's
extra attention.
that's the recent news.
That's the
And-
latest.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the latest is that the Big Ten coaches met on a conference call yesterday for an hour and a half to discuss this with the Big Ten commissioner. That's the latest on this.
Yeah,
But
it
it seems like there's a news drop every other day.
Yeah, I guess well, of course, there are a bunch of teams that can't beat Michigan, and Michigan is up right now. And again, we got to talk about what we know or what we don't know. We don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's going to come out Ohio State started all this, right? Right? They started all this.
Well,
There's lots of rumors
do they
out
start
there.
all this, or does it start with the violations?
It may. Yeah, I agree. So, and if it starts with the violations, let's do the investigation. Let's quit talking about we're going to suspend Jim Harbaugh and you can't play.
Well, they are. They are investigating. That's exactly what's happening. The NCAA's been investigating this for a couple of weeks.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Hey, we're almost to the weekend. Starts tonight, Twin Peaks with football. Will Tennessee's quarterback be able to follow up his 4 TD debut with a win against Pittsburgh? Why go to anywhere but Twin Peaks for the game? Let me tell you, the beer, well, it's great. First of all, I love the freezing process. I love an ice-cold mug. They use mugs that have been frozen for 6 hours. So much so that each mug is used only once a day. Combine that with the beer system that pours the drafts at an ice cold 29 degrees. Those beer crystals make the ice cold all the way to the last sip. But the excellence doesn't stop there. They've got a great selection of food. It's not just bar food. It's a scratch kitchen. Hand-cut tenders, boneless wings, even New York strips, house smoked brisket, ribs, and wings. Amazing dishes like the Mom's Pot Pie Roast, spicy chipotle chicken, or trophy trout. Pair that with food, with the great beer, the wall-to-wall TVs, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. And remember, they're now open late nights, happy hours Monday through Thursday, so it's great for Thursday night football. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are actually on the road today from the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair, which is at Ford Field. Did you get a chance to just something about being in a football stadium? Doesn't even matter when.
Just walking the concourse of a Michigan Association of Broadcasters job fair. It just feels like football.
Yeah. But, I mean, you can't help but turn around and look behind us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the field's there. It's pretty great. Do I want to grab a football and see if I can throw 50 yards? Yes.
Yeah. I've had a little bit of a shoulder issue. Pitching too much BP, Gator has caught up with me, and I
haven't thrown a football in a couple of years.
Yeah, well, 248-539-9797. So I don't know if we're going to do this each and every week throughout this entire thing, but we are asking Michigan fans, how do you think Michigan should handle, I mean, recent allegations? Does it recent news? You've got the Big Ten. You've got coaches wanting something to happen right now. And if you're in a position of, like, I don't think it's just Ward Manuel. I mean, we're talking about a large number of people at high levels that are making these decisions. How would you approach all of this? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls as we go to Jim next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. First time, long time. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm out here in Pittsburgh. I'm wedged between Ohio State fans and Penn State fans who, for 2 weeks now, have been calling and texting me, saying the most awful things. I reached the point that I'm glad Michigan did it, as long as we keep winning, and there'll be nothing sweeter than beating Ohio State with these allegations floating around and them having to call us cheaters and whatnot. It won't matter because we're all going to remember what the score was at the end of that game, and I'll laugh all the way through the playoffs.
So I'll say this. I'm trying to think about things to talk to Michigan fans about on this one. One of them is what you just did, and that is just go, F it. Every era of college football has a villain, and you just embrace the villain role. And, you know, people are going to – nobody's going to listen to anything you have to say anyway. Nobody – if you hate Michigan to begin with, you're not going to listen to anything any Michigan fan has to say, anything that I have to say or Jansen has to say or anybody, right? They're not going to so what's the point of arguing it? Just embrace it. Be the villain of college football.
And
it's not something that Michigan typically does.
No, it's not. But it's interesting. You take that. Some people would take that approach. I feel like the same approach the Michigan State fans are taking right now with this job coaching search. It's do the Michigan State fans want Urban Meyer? Yeah. Who cares what his past is? The guy wins.
Right. And the scream morality at Michigan, but bring in Urban Meyer, right?
I don't care.
It's all tribal, right? This is all tribal.
Yeah.
Jim, an interesting perspective. 248-539-9797. We go to Jason here next. Hi, Jason.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
This is kind of personal because I retired from the Navy last August after 24 years. I will have done 15 months at community college, and then last week I got accepted to the University of Michigan. So
congratulations.
This is kind of interesting. Thank you. Here's what you do. There is a small window of opportunity for the University of Michigan right now, and it's closing rapidly. And that window is you turn over every piece of information you have. What are we talking about? Turn over every single piece of information you have. Get out in front of this. Then, on the back end, if it comes out that there was no money, that this was all concocted by somebody else, then no harm, no foul. But if we do make this effort to get out in front of it, then it mitigates, the consequences. And there will be consequences. The coaches convened. They're urging the conference to act immediately. This window is closing. You cannot call yourself the leaders and the best if you're not leading. And the University of Michigan needs to lead right now.
So it's interesting because I've always been in favor of moving through these things as quickly as possible. The problem is, and I don't know if it's a problem, the challenge of this is they haven't even officially been told there's an investigation yet. They don't even know and so once that happens, then they have 90 days to respond. Now, maybe they respond immediately and say, okay, here's what we got. Here's everything we got. I think that from a public relations standpoint, and I guarantee when I show up and talk to people in Michigan about this. Why don't you just get everything Stallions did and do a big information dump? They are going to say that they don't even know what they can and can't say because the NCAA has told them they can't say anything.
Well, that's
and
a big
so,
part of it.
Jim, it's a strategy that I typically am in favor of, and I will bring it to people in positions of power, and they'll give you the reasons why it's not realistic. But I personally love the approach.
Do you like analogies?
Sure. Some of them.
I feel like this is I feel like this is a situation where you want to take your boat out onto the open water and navigate through the choppy waters that is this case, right?
Yeah.
But right now, you can't even get your boat out of the marina because you haven't been cleared to get the boat out of the marina yet. It's still tied to the dock. You're waiting to get your release, or it's like a plane that's on the tarmac trying to get onto the runway and you haven't been cleared by the tower yet. You can't get to where you want to go yet because you haven't been allowed to. You're not given the permission to just yet. That's two analogies.
Well done. Yeah, you went boat and play. You would travel it out.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Sure. 248.
by air, by sea, man.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Forrest next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Forrest.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
My whole thing is why I'm calling is, all right, I am a Michigan fan, but I am tired of hearing the bashing. To me, Michigan is it's our most important team, period, sports team in the state. And it's like nobody's bringing up 2 weeks ago when coaches was coming out like, yeah, we changing up our signs every week so it really doesn't matter. And then all of a sudden now it's a big advantage. How is it a big advantage when we haven't even played the hardest teams yet? Everybody else we was going to walk through anyway. And so it should not go against this season at all because everybody's aware of it. So they kind of caught it early in the season because if it happened after the season, yeah, and we won the national championship, asterisk. But you caught it in the middle of the season versus bum teams, and it's like, nah, who cares? Let's win. Let's go. Everybody knows now.
But they're saying this goes back a couple of years, and during that time, Michigan went, 33-3 during that time that they've alleged to have been scouting these games. So it's not about what happened this year necessarily. You're punishing for past imperfections.
Forrest, I'll say this. You can't make a case that it didn't impact games this year. Yeah, just give me a second here, Forrest. You can make a case that it didn't impact games this year because all the coaches are saying we knew about this. So obviously they changed their signs before they played Michigan, and it would have very little impact on games this year. But if you broke the rule, you broke the rule. I mean, that's if. Yeah.
If, that's the thing. But I'm just saying, I'm down. I'm just down with the caller right before last. Hey, let's be the villain. Let's just win it all. You can't say nothing about this season, so you can't really put an asterisk on this. We gonna earn this if we win the national championship. So, me being a Michigan fan, I say go blue pride, and hey, let's let it play out.
I really can't imagine Michigan adopting that, but it is one coping mechanism is just say F it.
Yeah.
Give us the black hat.
Sure.
Let's go.
Sure.
Carson Anderson, open lines. Hey, Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. Brand new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. We are on the road. Thanks, Gator. Just went for a fist bump. Didn't get a fist bump.
Oh, you got denied.
Denied. We are on the road at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. And look, we're asking Michigan fans, how you would approach this case. And I feel like we're going to do this for quite some time, given the every week, every day, it feels like there's something new. Yesterday, there was the Big Ten coaches wanting to sanction Michigan right here, right now, which would be completely bypassing due process. But people are mad, obviously, and I was talking to an insider today, not associated with Michigan, that said it's completely self-serving. I mean, they're all, well, why wouldn't they say this? This is, and he also thinks it was a mistake for them to then talk to ESPN about it. If they really wanted or thought they were going to get this done, they wouldn't have gone public with it. But at the end of the day, I don't suspect anything's going to come of that as far as immediate. Now, again, I'm not about making excuses, and Gator, you're not either, obviously, no. But it's about there is a process that needs to play itself out, and the facts are what the facts are. And, the facts either are your best defense or they show that a rule was broken and face the punishment. Yeah, now, you could argue how you should approach the punishment. Should you fight tooth and nail or should you cooperate? Because cooperation leads to Bill Self getting a 4-game suspension for a tenth of a season. The cooperations led to very few titles being vacated.
Well, and sometimes you hurt yourself with a rush to judgment too by putting forth sanctions. If you look at like the tunnel incident last year with Michigan State, Mel Tucker and Michigan State suspended those kids basically for the rest of the season. In the grand scheme of things, most of those guys probably would have just gotten a game or two suspension, but he suspended them for the rest of the year, and they missed whatever it was, 4 or 5 games at the end of that season. And you could argue it was unfair to those players what Michigan State decided to do, but at the time,
why are you bringing this up?
Well, I'm just saying it's different. It's just different things. It's if Michigan were to go ahead and let's say they went and sanctioned right now and it said, Jim Harbaugh, you're going to have to sit out the next 2 games, but it comes out that later on that, hey, a lot of this was lone wolf stuff, then you've just punished somebody for something more severe than what was necessary. That's all I'm saying.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Don. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Don. Don, are you there? Go ahead.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, it's John. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, John.
What's up, John?
Hey, so I got a few thoughts. I'll make it quick. So, with this whole Michigan thing, I'm not surprised that these other Big Ten officials want Michigan punished right away, right? Why would you want to take out the big dog of the Big Ten? So that whole thing, I just kind of blow that off, whatever. But I want to touch on a point. Maybe somebody else has mentioned this before, and maybe I'm out of bounds here, but didn't Major League Baseball kind of set this precedent of, hey, you can cheat and you only get a slap on the wrist? So, yes, the Astros got busted. Yes, A.J. Hinch lost his job, which worked out well for us Tiger fans, but they didn't have to forfeit their World Series. So if you're Michigan or any other big program, because let's be honest, there's not a clean elite program in college football. I mean, let's be real. If you're Michigan, why don't you say, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. We'll get the advantage, and if we get in trouble, we'll get a slap on the wrist. But hey, we still get an Addy.
Well, what would happen though if you want to use that same analogy, then you lose the coach. There'd probably be some, the Astros also had to pay a hefty fine. I believe they lost a draft pick. I think they lost the first round. I would tell you, their general manager had to resign. They lost a lot. Now you're right though; they didn't give up the World Series. So what's equitable then to what Michigan would have to happen? You lose Harbaugh, you give up scholarships.
Yeah, well, we might lose Harbaugh anyways. Let's be honest. And again, I'm just kind of throwing this out there because I haven't heard that mentioned. And I get it's a different sport. We're talking pros versus college. I get all that. I'm just saying, on some level, I feel like Major League Baseball kind of set this precedent of, well, you can kind of, sort of escape the rules a little, and
the one thing that's problematic about college sports is there is no commissioner. There's no commissioner. There is various bodies that govern various groups, it leads to a very clunky. I mean, in the NFL, this would be wrapped up. I feel like in the NFL, they would have a much better chance of getting a quick conclusion. I mean, the way college athletics is structured has led to quite a few challenges here.
Yeah, you're right. And the NCAA has a history of dragging their feet on some things and taking their sweet time.
I mean, their
and coming up with different
alone,
results every time. You never know. You don't know what to expect.
Alone, to not having notified Michigan there's an investigation, which I don't think still has happened. When that happens, it's 90 days for Michigan to respond. And then after that, somewhere down the line after that, there's a notice of allegations.
I was going to say, when does the 90 days start? Does the 90 days start from the point that the NCAA starts an investigation, or when they conclude their investigation?
It starts when they tell the school there's an investigation. They haven't done that yet.
Stories I've read today and last night were that they started their investigation 2 weeks ago.
They haven't notified Michigan of that, which starts the clock.
Seems kind of
now, maybe
weird.
they have in the last 24, 48 hours or whatever it is, but I keep checking on that, and I keep getting the same response. Not yet. 248-539-9797. Eric is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Okay.
Hey, I'm a long-time listener. I love listening to you guys. Doug and Gator, you guys are always down to earth, make a lot of sense with all your arguments. Doug, you're talking about, if the rule was broken, come out and tell everyone.
If the rule was broken, yes.
Yeah. So I know you're probably going to want to hang up on me when I say this, but has anyone in that room ever broken a rule? Have you ever sped? Have you ever not worn your seatbelt? Have you ever talked on your phone in the car? Have you ever rolled through a stop sign?
Yeah,
right. So, of course, we all have. And Doug, you said, if a rule, you broke a rule, so fess up to it. Stoney in the morning, he's always like, a rule was broken, and John says, let's let it play out. So, everyone freaks out. Well, yeah, we broke a rule. So everyone breaks rules all the damn time. And it's like, well, if there's not a cop that says you broke a rule, are you going to go to the police and say, hey, man, I just talked on my phone. Sorry, lock me up? Of course not. So, that's kind of where I'm going with this. Was there a rule broken? Maybe, yes, sure. But then the second part of my discussion, and I'm sorry for taking your time, but you just said there's been no investigation. So right now,
they haven't received a notice that there's an investigation yet.
Yeah, there's the whole world's talking about some guy that was talking on his phone that they saw driving down 96. So it's like we're wasting all our time talking about what I don't think anyone cares about. I mean, it's frustrating, yeah, I know, but since there's been no investigation, how can Michigan come out and say, yep, we did it, and the last part, now hang up, thanks for listening to me, but this Stallions guy, didn't he write some kind of a soliloquy or something on Facebook?
He called a manifesto.
Michigan guy.
It's a horrible word to use.
Isn't he? Couldn't we say this guy's kind of loopy and he's trying to do this on his own and maybe?
I don't even like saying that. He was extraordinarily ambitious to the point of perhaps fault. I don't even.
Well, look. Bottom line is, and you and I are in lockstep. Let it play out.
Yeah.
Let the investigation continue. It seems like they've started the investigation. Whether or not they've let Michigan know that they've started it, don't know. But let it play out and see what happens. Because in the grand scheme of things, yes, these are very minor violations in the grand scheme of things. But to say that, either way that you have to do this right now, you can't say that. As much as you and I would like to move this thing along as quickly as possible, get ahead of it,
back to talking
take
about
your
games.
poison, whatever. But you can't do it because there's nothing there to make that decision on. And when the NCAA throws it at you and says, or they'll say that you can't talk about this, then you're really handcuffed because you don't want to piss them off any more than they're already pissed off.
Hey, just a reminder, we are going to give away some Red Wing tickets today at 11:56 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. They take on the Florida Panthers tonight, so your chance to go free. It's a quiz question, something said on the air so far, and we're giving away Lions tickets in the second half of the show. So make sure you're listening at 11:56 when we come up with that quiz question. If you don't win for tickets And for more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's take a couple more on this, 248-539-9797. I want to get to a story we didn't have time for yesterday, but Gator, I know Kang wanted to talk to you about it, about an experience he had earlier this week. But first, let's go to Eric here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hi there. How are you guys?
Good. Okay.
Good. Hey, two comments. Love your show, but if this was Ohio State, I'm pretty sure Michigan fans would be going crazy. And the comments that I keep hearing that this guy was a lone wolf. How can he be a lone wolf? If you're stealing signs, the offense and defensive coordinators got to know what's being called. So they had to be involved.
Well, they didn't have to be involved in setting it up. They might have, and again, we're speaking hypotheticals here. They might have just thought
Right.
they had an elite Army-trained decoder that was really, really good at this and didn't suspect that he was doing what
Didn't
he
know
was
what
doing
his
behind the
methods were, yeah.
scenes. And as far as your first point's concerned, yeah, and Ohio State fans will be screaming for due process. I mean, it's
Right.
everybody hunkers down with their tribe, and they would absolutely be screaming for due process.
Yeah. But, yeah, I just feel that other people in the organization there would have had to know if they were taking the signs.
Well, that's why you have an investigation, to find out, to interview
Yep.
people, to track things. I mean, the money trail is a big part of it, because if that money trail leads back inside Schembechler Hall, that'd be an issue. But thank you, Eric. 248-539-9797. We go to Gordy. You're next. Hi, Gordy.
Hi, Gordy. How you doing?
You're Gordy.
All right, Gordy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This Gordy, I want to give you guys a shout out. You got the most intense program on the radio today. My point, and I've listened to a lot of this stuff, and I'm a fairly new caller. My point is, the rule says that you can't steal signals because it will lead to a competitive advantage. These are the allegations. I would like to ask this question. How would you ever prove that stealing signals could lead to a competitive advantage beyond the shadow of a doubt? That would mean that all 11 players on both sides of the ball would have a competitor signal, and they would execute that play exactly in order to gain that competitive advantage. You can't get 11 players to execute the same signal and the same play all the time now. So how would you ever prove that, going back and looking that there was such a competitive advantage?
It's an interesting question, but I don't think you even need to, right? I mean, if the rule is a rule. Now, they did say the rule was put in place for cost-cutting measures more than anything, but still a rule.
Yeah, and as far as how you get the competitive advantage, if you know the play ahead of time, you know the play ahead of time, and you're going to put yourself in the best position to defend that play because you know exactly what it is. And football is a game that comes down to a handful of plays every game that can decide the game. Well, if you have an advantage on those 5 plays, that's all it takes, right?
Yeah, well, yes, if you can get all 11 players and in microseconds get the call from the coaches on the sidelines into the players.
I don't think it's not microseconds. I mean, you have some time to do it. And if you're preparing for it, you're preparing for it.
My guess is that the influence is debatable, but I don't know that it's even pertinent to really the point of the case. But again, we are probably just getting started. All right, just a reminder, we're giving away Red Wing tickets today with a Carson Anderson quiz question at 11:56. Kang, you were out early in the week. Kang's back at our studios. We're at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. Kang, you were out earlier in the week as part of jury duty.
That's my civil duty, guys. Got to do it.
That's right.
It's part of being an American citizen here, man.
Yep, and you can't get into specifics.
I've been sworn. I took an oath, Doug.
Yes, but there is.
I take this very seriously.
Yes, but there is something you wanted to bring up.
Yes, there is part of. First of all, I do appreciate the judicial system, and we've been talking a lot about due process. I do want to say, innocent until proven guilty. You are presumed innocent. They must prove guilt on you, no matter what the case is. All right. With that being said, yes, 99% of me did not like the process, but there was 1% that enjoyed going through it because you get to see how this whole thing works. And if anyone's had been selected for jury duty before. I have been for local. I've never been for federal. It's my first one where I went downtown. And, they're basically filtering out, trying to get a jury, right, for a trial case.
Yep.
I made it pretty far. I made it to the point where, oh, my God, I'm going to be selected for this jury. This was real-life Squid Game. I was like, they're calling out numbers. Please don't call my number. I was like, I started sweating bullets. It was like, I was like, oh, my God.
Some guy in a mask comes out.
Exactly.
Next thing you know, you're like, oh, no.
How many won are you getting?
Yeah. I mean, they're literally reading off numbers just like in Squid Game. So I was terrified. But I made it pretty far, or, down the jury pool. And I got to a point where I thought of Gator because they ask you questions, of course, and if anyone has been through this or even learned about it in school, eventually you'll be asked a bunch of questions, and both sides, for the defendant and the prosecuting side, their lawyers will be able to excuse you for whatever reason, right? They just don't feel comfortable with you or whatever for their case.
I think you'll be biased one way or the other.
Exactly.
They're trying to weed that out.
Yep. So the judge starts asking, do you, a family member or a close personal friend, know this person? It does this job and that job and that job. And it was like 20 of these questions.
So they were asking you if you knew people that had jobs in occupations?
Yeah, let's say I'll just completely name a bunch of different random stuff. Like, do you or a family member or, a close personal friend know anybody in in law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. Yeah. You raise your hand if you do. A lot of us do. Do you or anybody family member know anybody in the medical field, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Do you or anybody personally knows works at a university?
Yes.
Yeah. See, so. I just thought Gator's going to raise his hand if he was here right now, he'd be raising his hand at every single one of these, annoying the crap out of the rest of the jurors, annoying the lawyers, annoying the judge. But because we joke all the time, right, Doug, that Gator knows everybody, and he went to high school with everybody.
I know a lot of people.
Yeah.
So does this mean that this makes Gator a terrible candidate to be on a jury? Or
I'm worldly.
Or a
I don't know. You'd have to ask.
Does that make him a better candidate for being on a jury, or a worse candidate for being on a jury?
I have no idea. But you want to be honest.
What my biases are.
Yeah, I know you want to be honest. Of course, you take an oath, and so. Yeah. But truthfully, Gator would raise his hand at all of these. It didn't matter. I'm like.
I think you're right. Yeah, and
do you know the capital of Croatia? Yes.
Zagreb. Yeah. I served on a jury in the mid '90s, and it was for a criminal sexual conduct case. And I was eager to go through the process. I didn't know what the case was going to be, but when you're young and this is the first opportunity jury duty, I'm like, yes, I want to see what this whole thing is like. Go through the experience. And I really enjoyed the whole process, and it gave me a whole new appreciation for what this is, good and bad. When I was asked to be, or I had was served with jury duty again, like 15 years later, the last thing I wanted to do was be part of the jury. Really? It was a different part in my career. I had a job that doing every day and then being on the radio. I didn't want to have to take time off to go through this. I thought I'd served my purpose. I didn't want to do it again. But if I had to, hey, I got to go through the process. And I knew from the first experience, when you're sitting in that courtroom when they're asking prospective jurors those questions, I'm like, there are ways you can get out of this based on how you answer the question. If you're even allowed to answer the question. Sometimes they don't even bother asking the questions. You're part of that jury. And hey, numbers 1 through 5. You guys are on, and the prosecuting attorney gets together with the defense attorney. They both look at each other like, I approve, whatever, and send them through. But if I ever had a chance to answer those questions, I think I could answer those questions in a way that they would
eliminate you,
eliminate me quickly.
Yeah,
you would. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you got it. The first and foremost, you got to answer honestly, right?
Yes.
And then they decide whether you are, whether you should stay or be excused. I just thought, I didn't know what to think, Doug. You're right. I don't know if that would make me more or less likely to be a jury member, but I raised my hand more than anybody else. I end up not
Did you
getting,
really?
Yeah, I end up not getting selected. But I was, to the one point.
Kane knows a lot of people.
Yeah, a juror sat next to me, goes, you know a lot of people. And I'm like, not really. I thought everyone knew all these people. I don't know. I mean, I guess I do, but yeah, it was quite the process. I do respect it, absolutely. And it's, I think it is something that kind of everyone should have to go through just to see how this thing goes down. But
I got called down once, and it was actually at the time I was working at nights. Like, I was doing night shows, and so I could do it during the day.
Yeah.
I got called down there and dismissed within like 5 minutes. I mean, it was in and out. It was just quick.
Wow.
And I didn't answer any questions. I think the case must have got dismissed or something.
I was going to say, the second time I went, I didn't get called into the courtroom to be selected for a jury with the first panel of people that went. We went through lunch, came back from lunch, and 10 minutes after that, they said, All right, well, they canceled the case that was coming up so everybody can go home. And they're like, woo, we won.
What's
Oh man, it's a celebration.
Yeah. It was two shots.
So how close did you come to me actually being seated on the jury?
So I got down to 30 where they needed to get 14 out of the 30. And so
And how
10
many
jurors
did-
and 4 alternates. Yeah, and I got down. Eventually, I did not make it. Of course, I did not make it out of that, but I was down to 30.
Yeah.
And this was like a 5-6 day trial, they were saying, too. So I would have been gone the rest of this week, probably into next week. Yeah, it's funny because some people are getting out of like the weirdest excuse, like my foot hurts. What? Like, all right, your excuse. I was like, what's going on?
What is it like the worst way you could answer a question? What do you do right now? Well, I am unemployed, but I've always considered myself to be kind of a de facto judge. Like, I feel as though, like, what would I want to say that isn't a lie that they can't prove isn't true, but to get me out of this?
I'm hoping to go back to law school.
Yeah.
You know, I have a healthy hatred for law enforcement. I mean, these are things that you're going to – what are you doing?
Right.
I mean, but you can answer questions in a way that'll get you dismissed quickly. Absolutely.
I could have been like,
248.
I don't like the way you're asking me that question, Your Honor.
Yeah. What are you insinuating, Your Honor?
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. Coming up, let's get into some Lions stuff for the first time today. Great passion showed on yesterday's program. That was my takeaway driving home.
That's what you had to say to yourself, huh? Because you were miserable yesterday.
I took a beating.
You were not happy.
97 won the ticket.
It's another big football weekend coming up here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now. It's the only app I recommend right here in the great state of Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, Wheel of Fortune, new slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Those are great too. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. They've got a great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Give away some Red Wing tickets here shortly for tonight's game with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's tough, but the answer is something said on this program. Second half of the show, we're going to give away some Lions tickets. And the clock will start ticking on that at noon. Something said in the second half of the show will be the answer to the question. So, Gator, yesterday I was driving home, and as usual, thinking back on the show and stuff that we talked about. And it just struck me the incredible passion of the fans. I mean, people are fired up for this team down here at Ford Field, where we're broadcasting live from today. People are fired up. And we kind of were in uncharted territory. Not completely, but it had been a long time since we did a show at the NFL trade deadline where we were talking about trying to add the final piece. I mean, we weren't talking about trying to add we have talked about getting players that would help. We were talking about adding the final piece.
It's been a long time since we've had a team to root on that was looking to add that piece at a trade deadline. I mean, for the Lions, we haven't seen this, and obviously this is the first time in a long time. You know, Pistons haven't been relevant, but they made a big splash when they acquired Blake Griffin years ago. But, I mean, a move to put them over the top, that wasn't the move to put them over the top, nor did anybody think it was. The Red Wings, I mean, you have to go back to when they were competing for Stanley Cup, so it's been a long time. You know, it's been 15 years since they won the Stanley Cup, and they were competitive to win one maybe in 2010-ish, somewhere around there. So it's been a while. And the Tigers had made moves, but it's been a long time since they made one at the trade deadline to try to put themselves over the top.
It's a good point by you. We were thirsty as a sports community to have a conversation like this. We've had them.
But we've got a first-place team here.
I know.
And this speaks to why I think this is a good way to spin it for you to make yourself feel better about what happened yesterday, is that the fans are passionate. They're very passionate. They're very hungry, very thirsty to get to that next level. We want it all right now, okay? We don't want to take the baby steps of, hey, be good enough to make the playoffs, be good enough to compete, be good enough maybe next year you win the division, you can host a playoff game, be good enough where you win that playoff game, and then maybe, hey, be good enough where you can compete for an NFC championship. This is the NFL. Things can turn around quickly. This is the third year of this regime, and they're in position to win the division, host a playoff game, compete for the number one seed in the NFC, and, yes, be a Super Bowl contending team. And a lot of people feel that they wasted that opportunity to really strengthen this team, to maybe put them over the top and be a favorite to be the number one seed and host an NFC championship game. I think that's what gets people upset, because there was opportunity to improve the team through trades, and they didn't do it for whatever reasons they have.
In the eyes of that fan that picked up the phone and called us, yes. I think in the eyes of Brad Holmes and the people that run the Lions, they didn't have that opportunity to improve the team.
That those doors may have been shut.
At a price that they were willing to pay. Like, they could have given up 4 first-round picks and gotten Chase Young.
Right. Well, or Chase Young went for a third-round pick.
Right.
Could they have given up their third-round pick instead of San Francisco's?
Or probably a second round or a third and a fifth or whatever. They could have, but there wasn't a price they were comfortable with paying for a variety of reasons that probably a lot of people haven't even thought about. But circling back to yesterday, so I'm a big boy, right? And
you are. You're a big boy. Who's a big boy? Who's a big boy?
I took a bit of a beating for about 4 or 5 callers in a row that were really passionate about them adding more, and I was okay with them passing for what seemed to me, reading between the lines, Dan Campbell's thoughts. Dan Campbell basically said, look, you read a lot of stuff about players that are available, and those guys, when you start getting into the weeds, they're not available. You read stuff about players that people want that don't make sense for our team, or for a variety of reasons we're not interested in. And you start thinking, okay, so the things that they valued that helped them to build this to where it is today, they weren't checking the boxes.
When you get 48 hours away from the trade deadline and you start to see maybe a little more clarity, or you can understand one side or the other a little bit better, I agree with you. I mean, to me, it seems like, okay, they passed on both of these players from Washington. Did they pass on them because the price was too high, or in their eyes, or did they pass on them because they just didn't like the players? And when you see Chase Young go for a third-round pick, that doesn't seem like too high of a price to pay for the former number 1 overall pick. So what that tells me is they just didn't like the player. And if you can accept that and understand that this team is built a certain way, it's built the way that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell want to build it, and if those players didn't fit what they wanted, sorry, everybody else seems to think that this was easy, but you kind of have to defer to the way that these guys have, orchestrated this whole thing. I mean, they're the architects, and if you're trying to bring in this design from out of the blue that they don't agree with it, I'm sorry, it doesn't go with what we've built here. We've got the arches in place, and the squaring off on a 90-degree angle doesn't make sense. We have arches. It doesn't work.
Now,
it's got to go.
To be clear, you're not referencing necessarily off-the-field stuff and locker room stuff.
No.
You're talking about strictly football reasons.
Yeah, maybe they look at the film and they see, okay, the reason that Chase Young has, 5 sacks this season or whatever, look at the film and see that, okay, this came 6 or 7 seconds after the ball was snapped. These came late in the game when it didn't matter.
It was a coverage sack.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at, and we talked yesterday about Amani Oruwariye, of what some of his interceptions looked like when the number looks inflated. When you really look at it, okay. What's interesting to me is maybe and what I'd love to know is did they try to add to this team and the door was just shut? Like, did they call Carolina? Were they asking about Derek Brown or Brian Burns? And the Carolina Panthers were like, absolutely not. These are 2 guys we're going to hang on to. We're going to continue to try to work and get contracts to in the offseason. Or if the price was, you want Brian Burns, you're going to have to start with 2 first-round picks because we need them. And if you're not willing to give up 2 first-round picks, then stop calling. And they're like, okay, well, that's too steep of a price to pay. Did they call Minnesota? Was Minnesota like, look, we just traded for Dobbs. We think we can keep the ship afloat, and Danielle Hunter is going to be a big reason why. If we go with Danielle Hunter, that's our number 1 player on defense. He's got like 20 tackles for loss when you factor in the sack total in the TFLs. This guy's a game wrecker. We're not getting rid of him. We know he's a free agent. We're going to work on a long-term contract. We're looking ahead. Kirk Cousins, maybe we're not going to re-sign him, so we will have money to spend. So other than those 3 players, the Derek Brown, Brian Burns, and Danielle Hunter, what else was there really on the market?
Well,
because we talked as fans and as listeners, we talked about Aaron Donald or Max Crosby, and those may have been pipe dreams.
I tend to think they were. Well, a couple things have come out of this. I tend not to prefer to topic around extreme opinions, right? You get the extreme caller that everything's great or everything's, the Lions are going to go undefeated, or
we try to avoid the hot take.
Yeah, we try to avoid just reacting to the extremes.
Yeah.
But yesterday there were some people that sounded like they were giving up on the season. And I
still a 6-2 team in first place with the 2 losses to quality.
That
games.
feels awfully extreme.
Yeah.
Given where they are, I still see a path to getting to the Super Bowl. It is almost exclusively through being the number 1 seed, though.
Yes, and fortunately, the number 1 thing to getting the number 1 seed is continuing to win. And when you play the schedule game favors the Lions. It does not favor the Eagles. Does not favor San Francisco. It favors the Detroit Lions. So if they can stay relatively injury-free and they're getting guys back after the bye week, and in weeks to come after that, looks like they'll get some other players back, maybe, just maybe, the best thing you did was just hold off.
248-539-9797. What is the path to the Super Bowl? And is it still there? Because yesterday that was the extreme opinion that it wasn't still there. 248-539-9797. Okay, let's give away these Red Wing tickets with the first one with the correct answer to the following question. We just did the NFL Wide 9 thingy earlier this show. One of the questions was pick a midseason MVP.
Oh, yeah.
Each of us picked a different midseason MVP.
We did.
Who are the 3 players that we selected? First one with the correct answer, 248-539-9797. You get a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on the Florida Panthers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. If you don't win, for tickets and more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. Also coming up the second half of the show, we're going to give away some Lions tickets. With another quiz question, but that'll all be in the second half of the show. Right now, though, first one with the correct answer to our question, you get the Red Wing tickets for tonight. 248-539-9797. 97 won the ticket. Congratulations to Mike from Grand Blanc, who had the correct answer. The Carson Anderson quiz question, which was, the three of us each picked different MVPs when asked during the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down round league blitz thinking for a midseason MVP. I had the correct answer, Jalen Hurts. Gator, who did you pick?
Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay, right. And Tyreek Hill was who Kang had, and
Kang was also very smart.
The
that was 1A and 1B for me, Kang.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, you know everybody and you know everything.
It's true.
Mike and Grand Blanc knew that, so he's got the Red Wing tickets to see the Red Wings take on Florida tonight at LCA. For tickets and more, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. However, we do need to announce that we do have some tickets to give away for the Detroit Lions. Gator, are the Lions a hot property right now?
Yes.
They're the hottest as any story I can ever remember being a part of in Detroit Sports Talk Radio.
This is fun to talk about the Lions right now because they are winning and they are very good and they have a high ceiling.
Yep.
It feels like this ceiling is higher than that year that the Lions and Stafford with 41 touchdowns, 5,000 yards passing, and Ndamukong Suh in his prime. It feels like it's a higher ceiling than that team had, and that team got wiped out right away against New Orleans on the road because they didn't win the division, Doug.
Nope.
It's so important to host playoff games.
Yep.
Had the Lions played at home against New Orleans, maybe it's a different story. Had the Lions played at home against Dallas,
yes,
maybe
it's a different story.
Maybe Dean Blandino's not getting on the party bus. Who knows what happens?
Right. Anyway, we got Lions tickets to give away now for the second half of the show for their game against the Bears. It'll be a Carson Anderson quiz question. First one with the correct answer to that quiz question will get a pair of tickets in the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions game against the Bears on November 19th. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Southgate on Eureka Road tonight for the Thursday night football feast at B-Dubs with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Okay, so spent a good portion of the first half of the show, almost all of it, talking about the Michigan situation, but still got this football team that plays here in Ford Field, and we're at Ford Field as part of the career day for the Michigan Association of Broadcasters. Do you still see a path to the NFC Championship? Gator, I don't know that I wouldn't consider the Lions by any stretch of the imagination out as it pertains to winning the number one seed. If they are the number one seed and have home field throughout the playoffs, I have to think that even the most disappointed fan yesterday that said they blew their chance would see a path to the Super Bowl as the number one seed. There's a clear path to the number one seed in the NFC. It's a clear path. And if you're the number one seed, isn't there also a clear path to the Super Bowl? Look, I'm just trying to piece together.
No, I'm with you. 100%.
An emotional reaction yesterday to not making a trade, sure.
People upset about specifically Chase Young going to San Francisco, all right? We know Mike threw a chair about it as soon as he found out.
We heard about that, yes.
Yeah. We know people are upset. Well, let's look at what that move really does. San Francisco was a team that had fewer sacks and did not have the pass rush the Lions did. He means more to San Francisco than he does for the Lions. But does the addition of Chase Young prevent Brock Purdy from throwing untimely interceptions in the last 3 weeks?
Probably not.
No. So does he make San Francisco better? He should make their defense better, but right now they've got problems that maybe teams have figured out what their offense is with Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy could be limited. Maybe not. Maybe they're just a rough patch. Go either way with them. That's one contending team.
You wonder if they almost needed Donovan Peoples-Jones more than they needed Chase Young, and the Lions needed Chase Young more than they needed Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Well, look, DPJ has been a complete non-factor this year with Cleveland, and maybe there's a reason for that, or Cleveland was just misusing him. Either way, I like the addition because it didn't cost him much for the Lions. Look at Philadelphia. Now, Philadelphia added, a safety to their team?
Yep.
And a quality safety. Philadelphia's already got a pretty good defense, so they've added to the defense. As a 7-1 team, the problems for Philadelphia have really been Jalen Hurts, that he's not playing at the level that he did last year. Now, he has turned things around. I think at one point he had 7 touchdowns and 7 picks, and now I think he's up to 13 touchdowns and 7 picks. So he's cleaned up his act. But are they the dominant force you expect them to be? They haven't played anybody. Now they're going to start playing a schedule.
Wow.
And that's the other path, right? How about Seattle? Seattle is the Achilles heel of the Detroit Lions.
And they got better at the defensive tackle spot.
Yeah, they improved there, and we know that their offense can be very good. Geno Smith is playing at a high level and has been for 2 years now. They've got a running game. They've got a couple quality running backs there. They've got a couple of stud receivers. But they added to the defense, which was the side of the ball they needed to add to. Seattle may have helped themselves out tremendously. We don't know, okay? The player they got from the Giants isn't having a great season, might be on the downside of his career, but Pete Carroll is a fantastic coach, and if Pete Carroll wanted him, I suspect it's going to work out for him because that's just Pete Carroll. Like him or hate him, he's great.
All right, 248-539-9797. People, do you still feel good about the Lions? Because yesterday clearly ruined it for some people. And maybe those were just emotional reactions in a moment. You know how there's a cool-down period after sometimes in locker rooms?
Yes, half an hour after the game, the whole bit, whatever.
We did get one very insightful caller yesterday that said, this feels like a Monday loss show. And that was a show we have done hundreds and hundreds of times, which is the Monday show after a Lions loss when it feels hopeless. Even the loss shows this year have not felt hopeless. There was some extreme reactions to the Seattle loss, but
well, it was stinging with Seattle because you lose in overtime.
Baltimore, we did get
some
some skies falling stuff, but there have been some of the typical Monday show. But yesterday was probably, for that hour and a half, maybe it was just an hour, whatever it was, that was the most depressed Detroit fan base series of calls we got, including the losses this year. 248-539-9797. Do you still see that path, or did they blow it, in your opinion? I want to bring Kang, our producer, in on this conversation because you witnessed the carnage yesterday.
Yeah.
You heard how people were taking it. It was not good.
Yeah, I mean, personally, of course, I still feel there's a path for them to win the NFC, at least to get the NFC Championship game. But I think what you heard yesterday, guys, was it wasn't a loss of a game, but it was a loss of a loss of a player. So I think that's kind of how people took it. Like, once we saw, like, you're right, Gator, the Max Crosby, the Aaron Donald, that stuff was dream stuff, okay? That stuff, no one ever really, I think they dreamed about it, but I think realistically knew that wasn't going to happen. The names that we heard all the time were Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Brian Burns, Danielle Hunter. Once we finally saw that Chase Young was obviously on the block and what he got moved for, I think that's what you saw the reaction to, guys, was, wow, third-round pick, and you may be able to get a third-round comp in return. I think they saw the price, they saw the need, and said, we did miss out on an opportunity.
It's a risk-reward situation.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. And maybe if for whatever reason the Lions did not get him, maybe they didn't want him because of off-the-field stuff, because of practice habits or whatever, or it's on-the-field stuff, schematic, whatever it is. They didn't, as far as we know, and there's no reports that they reached out to Washington, right? To me, it was worth the risk. I mean, a guy that Gator, you've been talking for weeks how they need to get to the quarterback. The pressure rates are there, but the actual sack numbers are not.
Right.
I just needed Chase Young on second and long, third and long, passing down situations. I needed him to be our James Houston. And like I said, when I saw the price, like everyone else, I thought he was very gettable. And I think that's what the disappointment came from, guys. But, I mean, I've moved on. I still believe in this team. I believe in Brad Holmes, and I think there is a path.
248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Just a reminder today, again, at 1:41, we're giving away a pair of Detroit Lions tickets with a Carson Anderson quiz question. We're on the road at Ford Field, home of the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. 97.1 the ticket.
So you guys have heard me talk about Flying Ace. So you guys heard me talk about Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon now for a while. It's something that I actually drink. I'm not going to endorse something unless I enjoy the product, and this is one of those products that I have been pleasantly surprised by. I love it. How does it taste? Tastes great. Hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's incredibly smooth. It's very satisfying. And look, you don't want to go to a tailgate or any party empty-handed. Don't do it ever again. Put smiles on the faces of everybody. Show up with a bottle of Flying Ace Bourbon. Flying Ace Bourbon, it's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it is quality. And at only $30 a bottle, it's a bargain. It's not going to bust your budget at all. It's just fantastic bourbon with a versatile spirit that it is indeed, because you can have it any way you want. You want to drink it straight, on the rocks, do shots with your friends to celebrate any occasion, or, hey, throw it in your favorite mixer like ginger ale or cola. It's fantastic. And listen, don't knock it until you try it, because when you try it, you're going to say, thank you, Gator. You were right. We appreciate your worldly wisdom. Check out at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram this week to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. Ask your local barkeep to stock it and hit up your local liquor store. Buy a bottle for yourself and enjoy Flying Ace Bourbon. But please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797 on a Thursday in Detroit. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Okay, Mike.
So the thing with Brad Holmes is, don't get me wrong, I trust the guy because I love the way that he's been running this organization. However, I look at teams like the Eagles, who are at the top of the NFC, and they're a team that trade for people like A.J. Brown, Swift, Slay, Bradbury, Byard, Roby, Reddick. That's just to name a few of them. They're not worried about their culture being affected by these guys. That's the only thing I'm disappointed is that we didn't make a move to better our team because we clearly need a little bit more pass rush, maybe a corner like you guys have been saying. But that's the only disheartening thing is that he can't figure out a way to get a little bit better when there's good teams that do that often.
You made two assumptions there that I'm not sure are safe assumptions. One is you say Philly doesn't worry about their culture. How do you know? Maybe these guys
How
are
do
guys
I know?
that
Because they're bringing in these guys every trade deadline, and they're building a team that's like a juggernaut.
But what's to say that they didn't vet those guys to make sure that they fit their culture?
I'm not saying that they didn't vet those guys, but why aren't we vetting guys and checking to get those guys on our team, or guys like that on our team?
I think they very well might be.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed that there's a top dog in the NFC that's basically building their team not just through draft, but bringing in, basically saying F them picks and bringing in studs, and they are playing well, and then they lose guys at the end of the year, but they still bring more guys in, and they're still at the top of the NFC.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because Philly is a little bit more all in right now. They have a lot more heavier, weighty contracts. The Lions right now, I can't think of one contract that I can't wait for it to expire.
Right. Like I can't wait for this guy to get off the team because they got to get out from underneath that deal.
They are really set up for some long-term sustained success. And the thing is, you're not looking for long-term sustained be really good success. You want to compete for Super Bowls, right? And so there's a little bit more slow and measured approach is fine as long as you're competing for Super Bowls. And at some point you got to win one.
Well, this team is 14-4 in the last 18 games. So there's more than one way to win football games and to build your roster. This team is doing it the way that they think is best. And Philadelphia is going to do it the way that they think is best. Look no further than the World Series, right? You had the Texas Rangers that went out and spent a ton of money a couple of years ago, bought up two players at the same position, found a way to put them on the field together, and they ended up winning the World Series just a couple of years after losing 100 games. They beat a team in the World Series that a couple of years ago lost 100 games, and yet they built their team a completely different way through the draft and wise free agency moves and wise trades that doesn't break the bank, that isn't one of these high-end payroll teams, and they got all the way to the World Series and lost. There's a couple of different ways you can do things. The Lions are going to do things their way because it's worked for them to this point. Now, what we all will say as Lions fans is, yeah, but you haven't done anything yet because you haven't won a playoff game. But they're building towards that. This is the year you expect bigger things.
Yeah, in 2021, both Texas and Arizona both lost 100 games. Texas threw a ton of money at it, and they did win. Look, what you just said there, though, if we take a step back and a deep breath, you said they're 14-4 in their last 18 games. At the end of any regular season, any team that has 4 losses or fewer is a Super Bowl contender. I mean, I don't know that there's going to be very many exceptions to that statement. If you are 13-4 or 14-3 or 15-2, how are you not a Super Bowl contender?
If you're Minnesota. And and here's the difference, though. This team is not Minnesota.
Minnesota
won all those games by a single score.
It's an interesting example of the extreme. Yeah. No, you're right.
They won all those games by a single score, and the Lions are winning games by double digits.
248-539-9797. We go to, who do we got next here? Mark, you're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Mark.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. All right, Mark.
So a couple things here. Hang on with me. So I don't understand the overwhelming disappointment with not making a move in free agency. Yeah, it's fun to talk about these splash trades, the Burns, the Crosbys, but here's the reality. What this team just did in free agency was protect the most valuable assets that we have, and that's our draft capital. Because we talk about the Chase Young trade. Oh, it's only a third-round pick. Well, that third-round pick is Kirby Joseph. That's Aleem McNeil. Those are key critical players for our team. And I think from day one, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes. Say it again?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Say it again. Critical! Yeah, I think from day one, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have said we have a plan in place, and we're going to do as much as possible without deviating from that plan. And from the outside looking in, that plan is culture, one, and then really building through the draft. Building a long-term, well-oiled machine. I don't think they want to be like the Eagles or be like the Niners. I think they're building more towards like the Ravens or the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? That long-term success that you guys have talked about, right? And I think when you look at the NFC picture, our window is opening for that Super Bowl chance, and I really truly believe that our window will be open much longer than some of these teams that we're talking about, right? Seattle, San Francisco, Philadelphia, their windows might be closing a little bit sooner than ours. So I think we're in a really good spot.
The other thing you brought up there is those third-round picks. The third-round picks you mentioned, those third-round picks are times 4. Chase Young was a half a season of Chase Young guaranteed. And he might have been a very motivated, might have been a great addition for that half a season. It might help you win a little bit more this year for sure. It could have if he fit your system, and I'm not sure that he did or what they were looking for. Kirby Joseph, 4-year player. Aleem McNeil, 4-year player. I guess the argument against, and I mostly agree with the guy, but the argument against is there's no guarantee you're getting starters in the third round. Broderick Martin was a third-round pick, you know? And
yeah, but
I'm not saying he's a bust. But
no, but if they had drafted Broderick Martin 2 years ago when they were developing and trying to get to this level, would he have gotten a chance to play earlier?
He might have actually, yeah.
You don't know. I mean, it's a situation, but this is the good situation. That the players that they can take from now on, like if I'm looking at the first round in 2024, the player the Lions select in 2024 in the first round probably isn't a starter. Whereas before we're like, well, we got to find a guy who's going to plug and play. Lions have built so much depth on this team that maybe that's not the case.
No, and it might be the right pick. It might be the right pick. Let's go to Ruben next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ruben.
How you guys doing today?
All right.
Hey, man, I agree with the last caller. Why give away draft capital when that's our GM strength? And I kind of think we all want to get away from the same old Lions. I think the same old Lions throw money at the wrong players, and we end up with bad contracts. And I really appreciate the way they're constructing this team. And we go back to the draft, and we talk about the criticism they received for the picks that they made. All those guys are playing pretty well now. So I'm trusting in the process.
Yeah, I do too. I think when you look at past regimes, they throw money at bad contracts at players. I think that the Patricia Quinn era did that with some of the former Patriots they brought in. But before that, I think the Lions really haven't been bitten too much by having that bad contract out there. But for this team right now, they don't have bad contracts. You know, they have players that are set up to get paid real soon, and they'll have to make those decisions. Do they want to re-sign Jared Goff to an extension? Do they want to bring back Jonah Jackson? You know, do they want to negotiate early to bring Penei Sewell back and Amon-Ra St. Brown? I mean, they've got decisions to make down the road here, which is going to happen quickly. But by and large, you're right. They've done a real good job in the last 3 years of giving free agents 1-year deals. You know, prove-it kind of contracts. They know that not everything is going to work out, and sometimes the contracts they give out will work out.
Yeah, but guys, this was about the trade deadline. This wasn't about acquiring a huge contract. You know, Chase Young, you don't have to extend him. And you know what the great thing about Brad Holmes being such a good guy in the draft is you don't need draft picks every single year. When you get your first 4 picks are playing significant roles, right, for this team right now, you don't need that third-round pick. And everyone loves picks. And I do too. I think it's partly our fault, guys, because we do the mock draft stuff all the time. But but draft picks are worth. They're like cars. I'm telling you. As soon as you use that pick, they're not worth as much anymore. As soon as that car drives off the lot, it's not worth as much anymore. We mentioned all the good draft picks. There are bad picks too. Broderick Martin. We don't know about him yet, but he hasn't done anything this year. Levi Onwuzurike. You know, you're not going to hit every third-round pick. And guess what? It's okay because he's hit enough already where you don't need that third-round, fourth-round pick every year.
248-539-9797. Feedback phone calls. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We're on the road at Ford Field. Gator, I think we should do some sort of contest, and the loser has to run the stairs.
No.
So what do you say? What do you think the contest should be?
I think it should center around cinema and heavy metal music from the 80s. Then I think we're on a level playing field.
Yeah. I was thinking history of Michigan football and 80s rap.
Yeah.
How about taller one doesn't have to run?
No, I
you
don't.
don't wanna do that?
I think maybe body mass. We should do that. That's another way we can go.
What are how many rows of stairs we could run in a commercial break?
Yeah. Well, you ponder that.
Oh, I'm thinking about it. Like a little radio stunting here.
Doug, it sounds like you just want to do it. Why don't you just, instead of or lose whatever competition?
Give me just a sec. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. No. Here we go. This is.
Oh, he's doing it.
Well, he's. I don't know what he's doing, but let's. This is what we call radio stunting. He's just taking. Go ahead, man. Take a run for it. Huh?
Gator, is the football field intact? Is it down there, the turf and everything?
Yeah, the turf's out there. The blue end zone's out there.
Do you remember? See, what it's got me thinking is I've always been tempted by this. When we do the shows outside of Comerica Park, I've always been tempted to see if I could run the perimeter outside the stadium in one commercial break. Like we go to commercial and I take off running.
Sure.
And could I get all the way around the perimeter of Comerica Park and back to our broadcast location before the commercial break was over?
Yeah, I have heard you say that before.
I don't know if there's an equivalent as far as running the stairs. Plus, there's it looks like there might be a presentation over there, and I think I'd be a distraction.
No. You wouldn't be a distraction.
No, we'll see.
Plus, those stairs. I mean, look at the pitch. It's not like it's a heavy incline.
I got to tell you, I think I could get up and down these stairs quite a few times during a commercial break.
Quite a few times.
Quite a few times.
That indicates more than 3.
Yeah. I think I could do it more than 3.
Well, I think
we should down the stairs.
I think you should test that theory.
We'll
I know that.
We'll see. We're at Ford Field.
Why did I just do a 360 to spin around and sit in my chair?
I don't know, but the Twitch crowd got to watch.
There was some flair.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Ruben next. I'm sorry, we lost Ruben. Dylan, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dylan.
So I have a question. Last year, the Lions started off 1-6. How many of you guys, if I told you next year the Lions would have a home playoff game, would have taken that week 8?
Yep.
100% of people.
So everyone is overreacting. They're ahead of schedule. I was just hoping for a possible playoff appearance this year. Fight for a playoff appearance. They're going to have a home playoff. They started 1-6.
Well, after what happened last season, when they finished 9-8, won 8 of the last 10 games, when they went in free agency and they signed 3 defensive backs, when they went to the draft and went crazy all over the draft and got guys that you thought could contribute right away with the first 4 picks, I had loftier expectations. The expectations at that point was win the division, host a playoff game. Oh, look, Aaron Rodgers is gone. We got this. We need to do this. And they're on par for that. But once the season goes, now you're 6-2 through 8 games, and you're on the bye week, and you're, hours before the trade deadline, people get excited, and they want to improve the team even more. You want to ensure your chances of being the best team that you can be going into the playoff season, and they chose not to go that route on defense, at least with the players that were traded that looked like they could have been in on. It seems like you could put one together and deduce that they weren't interested in those players. And that's
as someone who's 27, I'm 27. So as far back as I can remember, the Lions have only made the playoffs once. So I come from a place of never seeing them ever being good. So a home playoff game is pretty awesome.
Right. I mean, I guess, I think your perspective is a healthy one, and I think you will go through life with less stress than many. But at the end of the day, when the opportunity's there to maybe shoot for higher goals, I could see why they'd want to. They didn't think that whatever deals were out there would help them enough to justify that deal.
Yeah,
whether it be on the field, in the locker room, or the price was too much for them.
I would love to know what calls Brad Holmes did make. outside of calling Cleveland about DPJ, did he make calls specifically? Did he make calls to Minnesota or to Carolina about their defensive players that we presumed were available and maybe weren't available?
I'm going to connect some dots and say he did. And the reason I'm going to connect the dots is because he had that quote we played yesterday where he said, you know, you hear about some players that in the media that are available, and then the truth is they're really not. Well, how would he know that if he didn't call and hear that they're not?
That you explore it and say, hey, we'd like Brian Burns. What's going to take to get Brian Burns? And Carolina says something expletive you. And like, fair enough. Have a good day.
Let's go to Greg next on 97 on a Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. So, hey, whenever you guys figure out what the competition is that you guys are going to do, how about the loser has to read a scandalous ad about pajamas in front of some unsuspecting high schoolers?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Thanks for bringing that one back. Didn't we have to – I had to read a Vermont teddy bear or something. Remember that? Well,
no, pajama something.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're right. Last year.
It was a pajamagram or whatever.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Oh, my God. Thanks for bringing that back.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And then
well, there was – hang on.
Just to say,
hold on. Was it the best live read Doug ever did was years ago. We were broadcasting outside Comerica Park, and we were in a little bit – we actually were closer to the Gate A entrance to what we normally are, and it was Mascot Day. It was everybody celebrating Paw's birthday or something like that. So we had mascots from all over Major League Baseball and Minor League Baseball. They all came to our location where we're broadcasting from. Doug launches into this live read, and all the mascots are there, and one of them takes his script. Which, you know, when you think about it, I'd be pissed if somebody took my script. Like, you can't – dude, I got to read it. But Doug just went through like a professional.
Did I?
Handled it like a pro that you are. Absolutely.
I think reading the pajamagram in front of the high school kids a year ago was probably
creepy,
more challenging.
100%.
Thanks for bringing it back, Greg. Anyway, you called for
what?
No.
Oh, it's the last day of hashtag Thursday Mo. Just a real quick moment of silence for that for me.
Oh, that's right.
But no, when we didn't get a D lineman, I wasn't mad, but I was definitely disappointed. I really thought that getting Aiden some help on the line would have just pushed us over to an edge where, I mean, I've looked at a lot of the games this year, and I would say the Raiders, a lot of our wins are kind of B-minus performances by everybody. And I think Goff has even said that every Tuesday pretty much. So I think with a B-minus performance, it's going to be a lot tougher to win when we got to face these good teams, even at home in the playoffs. But there's just less margin for error now.
Well, I'd say that's probably true, and you know they have a lot of good football. I mean, a lot of football ahead of them. Things change a lot throughout the course of a season, right? Things change a ton throughout the course of a season. So they are in good shape right now. They're going to lose again. You hope they don't lose back-to-back games. I mean, there's all kinds of things that they have to endure. There are going to be more guys that get hurt. You hope it's not the critical one guy it can't possibly be.
Yeah.
So thanks, Greg. 248-539-9797. We go to Antonio. You're on 97 on the Ticket. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
Hey, the thing that I'm most looking forward to is the teams that I admire back in the days who were able to trade out of the first round. It's not like we don't need a first round, but if we're picking, you know, let's drink the Kool-Aid. If we're picking 28 or through 32, we could trade out of the first round and then have two first-round picks in 2025 and 2 second rounds next year, and you know you can trade back. You get what I'm saying? We're not. Everybody is depth now, so
yeah.
That's
what I love about this. Yeah, it's what I love about this team is that it is about depth right now. When you look at future drafts, and if they don't like where they're at, and there's a team that's begging to move up, okay, go ahead and move up, and then you negotiate whatever the price is. You want to give us your first round pick next year, and you know a fifth round this year, whatever it is. Yeah.
And if we lose Big Jonah, which I hope we don't, but then we get compensatory picks. You know, we just haven't been in this position where we're losing good players and getting comp picks and trading out of the first. And, you know, in fact, I can't remember the last time the Lions are drafted in the late 20s. So this is all foreign territory right now.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Was it Jared Davis? Was that the last player they took that was in the 20s?
They traded, didn't they?
Was it a trade for Davis?
No, but they've made trades to get into the late 20s, I think. I'd have to go back and look and see when the last time they did it. But, I mean, there's some validity to the statement that might justify getting rid of picks is if you don't need starters.
Well, which is one of the reasons why I was so open to the Lions at the trade deadline to give up a first-round pick if you had to acquire one of those players. But if those players weren't available, like I said, if Carolina went expletive U, if Denver said, yeah, thanks, no thanks, we're not moving Patrick Surtain, just stay away, then you didn't have players to go for.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, we're on the road at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Career Fair. And we are at Ford Field for the program today. Just under an hour's time, we're going to give away some Lions tickets for the game against the Bears coming up later this month. So keep it locked in here to 97.1 The Ticket. That'll be at 1:41. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings at Southgate on Eureka Road tonight for Thursday Night Football Feast. The Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Riga from 6 to 8, and another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tyler next on 97.1. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Hey, yeah, I just want to touch real quick. I'm a Dallas fan, so outside looking in on what the Lions are doing, it's great. One, you don't want to jeopardize. The main thing is to not jeopardize your locker room. You get a kid, Peoples-Jones from Cass Tech, went to Michigan. He's a Detroit boy. Awesome pickup. So I don't think moves needed to be made, but the move that was made is a hometown boy. A+ on the Lions' part.
Well, I mean, the weird thing is his usage appears to have gone down in Cleveland. So, and if I'm going to find one area, and I'm rooting for him, I hope this is a great find, but it feels as though there have been more swings and misses at the wide receiver spot than any other position for Brad Holmes.
I would agree with you. Right. Well, I mean, you look at the first free agent receivers he brought in there, and neither one of them panned out. And that when he brought
trade for Trinity Benson.
Yeah.
The receiving
DJ
room
Chark was kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, the receiving room's getting the job done.
Marvin Jones didn't work out.
But
second time around.
I totally agree with you guys. I from the standpoint of keeping your locker room and the environment on one heartbeat, one tick, you bring in a hometown guy in Peoples-Jones, you don't mess anything up. I think that's what you guys need to main focus on, and the rest will play out itself.
Well, I think he's a good pickup for them because there's not a whole lot of risk there. It's a 6th-round pick in 2025. It's not even this upcoming draft. And it's a guy that's coming off a season last year where he had well over 800 yards receiving. I mean, he can play, and he's only 24 years old. He's got good size. He's solid at 6'2" and 215 or whatever he is. He's a solid player, and I think he will help this team because I think he's an upgrade over Marvin Jones. They didn't get much out of Marvin at all this year, which is unfortunate, and you wish the best for Marvin Jones because he's a great guy. But next man in. Let's go. See what he can do. And would you rather see Donovan Peoples-Jones get the snaps or Antoine Green? Because that's really what it comes down to. And does this push Jamison Williams at all? Maybe it does.
That would be great if it as long as they're getting the production out of the position.
Put the best players on the field.
248-539-9797. Let's go to who do we got next here? I believe it's Kevin. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey guys, calling from sunny Tampa, Florida. How are you?
Good.
All right, Kevin.
Hey, got a couple things, and then I want your views on this. I've been watching some of the national podcasts, and obviously they're raving about Gibbs. Skip Bayless even saying, "Where has this been? Why haven't we seen this till just this past Monday night?" My thought is it's not the style of offense the Lions run. They want to do the kind of smash mouth, pound it up the middle, run it down your gut, hit you with some play action, and then throw a little trickery play stuff at you. The other thing is I don't see, the Rams, when they built their Super Bowl team, they went out and added 3 or 4 key pieces. Obviously, they got Stafford, but they added Odell Beckham Jr., they added Von Miller, and I think they added somebody else. And, we're in the conversation of being possibly the second, maybe even the first seed, and yet you can't tell me, Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, that you feel in your heart of hearts that everybody you've got, with the exception of Aiden Hutchinson, is better than Chase Young. It just doesn't add up. You had nothing to lose and everything to gain. So I don't want to hear this crap. Well, we want to go to war with what we've got. We're okay. I mean, okay, I get it. You guys are the smartest guys in the room, but this was a letdown to Detroit fans that you did not do one thing.
What if they just didn't love Chase Young as a football player? What if they didn't
I
think
don't
he
know.
fit what they were asking for that position?
Doug, I get it, but they have 2 third rounds. They would have got a compensatory pick. And, I mean, he's better on the other end than anybody you've got. Nobody on the other end at this point has worked out. Nobody. And every team that they've played that has had a mobile quarterback, we've lost. I mean, if Baker Mayfield wouldn't have been, if he could have hit the broad side of the barn.
He's Baker Mayfield. It doesn't matter. But, I mean, it's James Houston worked out for him last year, and he started this year with a broken ankle, and he's going to come back in a few weeks. Maybe it's just that they feel like we've got this guy, and he'll come back healthy, and when he does, we're really looking forward to what we can do. Maybe they like the development of Julian Okwara, who's only played the last 4 games. He missed the first 4 games of the season, and he's got a good pressure rate, and maybe they're expecting him to step up. To just blindly say that they screwed up because they didn't take Chase Young, I don't think that's fair. I think they have the reasons for not trading for Chase Young.
Let me ask you guys this, and I'll let you go. And thanks for taking my call. Listen to you guys every day. Makes me feel like I'm back home. What do we do with this Gibbs situation? I mean, do we go back to the ground and pound that we were doing when Monty comes back? Or do we start feeding this kid the ball 15 to 20 times?
So I think the reason it took so long is just I think it takes some time to get used to the game at this level. I think it's development. I mean, a year ago, had James Houston even played?
No.
Yeah.
He only played the last 7 games.
Yeah, so I think Gibbs, it's just kind of a natural progression, getting a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better, and then bam, he's ready to go. And Jared Goff talked to us about the specifics of it when we talked to him earlier this week. He said he's showing patience, like he's knowing how to let the hole in the play develop and then, bursting through the hole.
The other big thing is opportunity. Montgomery's out. So he's the number 1 guy. He's going to have to play. And he had a breakout game against a team that's not very good against the run, and the Lions exploited it. The Lions had 80 plays to run on Monday night. 80!
Yep.
That's a whole mess load of plays. It's twice as many as what the Raiders ran. I mean, it was incredible. And they were able to run the ball all night long. It wasn't just Jahmyr Gibbs. Craig Reynolds ran the ball for, over 70 yards in the game. They had 222 yards, I think, between the 2 running backs.
Jake, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
First time on the show. I'm really excited, but I want to say that I know this is the year, and you could call me a lost Detroit, so always walking depressed going to the bye week saying, it's not happening this year. But this year, it's going to be, if it's going to be a year, it's going to be this year. I felt like the Lions didn't step up what they need to do by the trade deadline. If we're being compared to teams like the Eagles and the 49ers, we got to step up. We got to get that big player. We got to help the defensive line. I felt like Hutchinson was kind of disappeared for the past 2 weeks. I'm nervous. I don't feel like we have that real team that's going to make it far into the playoffs.
Well, I guess don't think of it as Hutchinson disappearing. Think of it, did the defensive line do the job last week?
They did, but
I think I do it too. I'm afraid I start missing the point. The defensive line as a group got home a lot. They did a decent job against the run again, holding it to 80 yards or whatever it was.
Yeah, the defensive line had 3 sacks. The linebackers and safeties had 3
What
sacks.
matters is the totality of the group. And if that means Hutch gets double-teamed and doesn't get a lot of stats, but it allows other people to get the job done. Now, they blitzed a lot. They typically don't, but as that game went on, they blitzed a lot. But they were justified in doing so. It's
the
great.
Raiders had 1 drive all game.
Yeah.
1 drive where they ran the ball effectively. They went right down the field, and they scored. 1 drive. Outside of that, nada. They either punted, turned the ball over on downs a couple of times. I think they had 4 punts, a couple turnovers on downs, and then they put the ball on the carpet once and they threw a pick another time. Okay? The Lions did a real nice job defensively. The Raiders had 157 yards in offense. That's pathetic. Now, why was it pathetic? Because the Lions' defense was stout. They answered the call. Would I have liked to have seen them get an extra defensive end in the trade deadline? I would have. But I'm trying to deduce why they didn't do it. And I think the obvious thing is they didn't like Chase Young. They didn't like Montez Sweat. Or maybe the price was too much for them to give up for Montez Sweat. They didn't want to give up a second-round pick or it would have to be more than that because the Bears' second-round pick is, going to be in the 30s more than likely. The Lions' second-round pick might be as high as 60. So they would have to give up maybe a first-round pick.
Gator, I want to get to something else, and then we'll get back to your phone calls. But Bob Knight passed away yesterday, legendary Indiana coach, and probably I would say the prime example of an old-school coach. If you were ever to describe what's an old-school coach whose style probably wouldn't fly today,
no way,
it would be Bob Knight. I got a question about that. We'll get to that today at 103 here on Karch & Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, with the passing of Bob Knight, he is probably the most oldest of old school coaches. And we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. When you think back of your days of playing, was there an old school coach or a moment that is so old school it wouldn't fly today? Like pretty much everything Bob Knight did wouldn't fly today. You don't have to name anybody, but Kang's got a great story. Okay, you got to tell Gator the coach what the coach did to you.
Oh, this guy he was straight out of Central Casting for old school coach. He had the super short shorts. It was my middle school basketball coach. And it might have been one of his last years he coaches. He was, a dying breed, right? He had the polo, the button-up, polo. I don't know, I guess, is it a sport polo back then? But you would coach in it and you'd play in it. So he had the short shorts and the polo, button-up polo, tucked into his shorts. He had, like, the Chuck Taylor shoes. And one practice, he lined up the entire team against the wall. Said, everyone line up against the wall. I'm like, okay, we all lined up against the wall. And he had the rack of basketballs next to him. And he goes, I'm going to throw this basketball at you. You got to move out of the way. And I'm like, this guy's going to throw basketballs at us?
Like you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
He thought he was Nolan Ryan. He'd launch back and just start fighting. I think he was missing us on purpose. But I think the point was, I guess, either to be scared of him or just move quickly. Both. I don't know. But I just thought, there's no way in heck that could happen today. Are you kidding me? Like
just
this
firing basketballs.
Yeah, it'd be like
kids.
on TikTok, someone would get this on video and be like, "Look at this guy! He's just firing basketballs at 13-year-olds or whatever." It was amazing to think about it. It was totally fine, coach. Actually, it was probably the craziest thing he did for us. But I remember that. I'm like thinking, yeah, that's my Bobby Knight coach of my career.
We had one no water guy.
Nobody gets water.
Yeah,
oh my God.
You got to earn water.
Yeah,
Water for closers? What do we got?
In retrospect, just crazy.
Yes,
crazy.
To deny kids water is crazy.
Yeah.
100%.
Do you have any? I know we kind of caught you out of left field with this, but.
Oh, yeah. Both are football coaches. Before I was in 10th grade.
Yeah.
So the first one was the first football coach I ever had was just, straight out of Central Casting. Guy had the buzz cut.
Yeah.
He was probably in his 50s, but looked like he was maybe in the 70s.
Right.
And yelled so much that his voice was always a rasp. Probably smoked a few packs a day and drank hard liquor,
right.
These guys. And just if you ever had a question, like you're not supposed to he let it be known early. You don't open your mouth unless I tell you to. And if you did, everything was take a lap.
Really?
Like, what? Take a lap. Go. And then one of the other assistants would run up behind you. Get off. Get run. And these guys were hardcore about it. I'm like, well, this is awful. It was my first experience with playing organized football. And I ended up just saying, forget this kid. This guy's a little too tightly wound up. It was a terrible experience. The other one, we had a player on our team whose father was very much in shape. He was a weightlifter. Ran, did all these things, and he would love to show up to practice, and he'd wear like these, T-shirts. The dad would, and the dad would show up wearing these T-shirts that would show off his muscles. This guy was muscular as hell, and would just sit around, and every once in a while might give suggestions of what to do, and the coach is just, you could tell that it was just a moment of time. It was only going to be a matter of time before he exploded. One day, the dad wasn't there, but his son had done something in practice, and coach got in his face. You can't do that. Do what I tell you to do. And then the kid sassed back. The coach got all up in the kid's grill and was, he's like basically putting his face into the face mask of the player and moving him backwards while he's yelling at him. And one of the things was, I don't care if your father can bench 400 pounds, I'll kick his ass.
Whoa.
And he said it, the whole team was like dying because they're like, the kid deserved his comeuppance a little bit.
Right.
But maybe that was a little bit over the line.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had some old school coaches. I had some really successful old school type coaches. Our swim coach was old school. He yelled a lot. But there's a fine line between being a tyrant because you're yelling and also being an incredible motivator, you have to build people back up. And that's what our swim coach had, that ability to do that. He would yell like hell, but he also had the cachet of winning state championship after state championship and getting people to just be better swimmers at the time. And I think when all was said and done, you really appreciated it because, there were kind words that came out in the end. It was like, see what happened? The hard work pays off.
A lot of these guys had good intentions. Right?
I didn't mean to touch you there.
It's quite all right.
Smacked you in the leg.
A lot of these coaches, these old school coaches, have really good intentions, and things have changed. Probably for the better. But at the end of the day, Bob Knight.
I never liked Bob Knight.
You didn't?
No, I thought Bob Knight was a bully, and I thought he was more than old school. I think he was a 4-letter word that begins with a D and ends with K is what he was. I think it was a giant one. I really did not like him. The histrionic. Yes, he was a dork.
Big dork.
I couldn't stand him.
Duck?
Too much.
Duck?
Yes, Duck. Deck, I think.
It was a deck,
yeah. Well, close. Throwing chairs on the whole bit. The stuff of him headbutting the players.
Doc?
Yes, Doc. The stuff that he alleged to have done in the locker rooms with toilet paper and stuff like that, and the comments he would make about women. And this guy was an ass.
Yeah. Yeah, it was obviously more than just old school, but
was he successful in wins and losses? Yes. Would I have let my kid play for him? Would I ever wanted to play for him? Hell no.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Eric next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Oh, good afternoon.
What's
Glad
up?
to get in here. And definitely, Bobby Knight, he got respect. And Isaiah Thomas played for him. So all of Detroiters said, hey, that's the test. If you can play for a coach like that and win, so Bobby Knight gets some respect there. I know my man was just hitting him with the bad things. What I really like is that Isaiah was coaching in Indiana at the time when he got let go. And Bobby Knight was walking around the Pacers practice facility with a clipboard. They was like, hey, what's going on? What Bobby Knight doing here? Isaiah said a guy like that should be in basketball. So he gave him a job with the Pacers where he still was in basketball versus some catastrophe. And he was on his way fishing that morning. I was fishing that morning, so I was laughing about that. But somewhere in there, he graduated 80-something% of his players. And, hey,
not Isaiah.
I'm a Michigan man and all that, but Bobby Knight's a legend. He went undefeated. You can find the bad things.
I think he's a legend because he won a national championship or two. He won 2 national championships, I guess.
3.
And he's a legend because of all the games that he won. But as a person, I don't know. It's my opinion. I'll own it. It's mine. I didn't like him. You bring up Isaiah. I think it's interesting. Isaiah's one of those players that did not graduate. He left after, 2 years?
Yeah.
It was time for him to go anyway. Obviously, he was a talented player.
But what I was saying, by him giving Bobby Knight the job, just when Indiana thought they had crushed his world, he was in the NBA. He had a clipboard, and he was there. And he was like, Isaiah, what is he doing here? That means Isaiah had his back, was the point that I was making with the Indiana connection. And Zeke being a legend here, Zeke would speak on him better than anybody. But I had a tough swim coach like you talking about, too. And it was a lady. And she brought the best out of us. And it was, coaches – whether it's football or what have you, tough coaching is good. You know what I mean? It bring the best out of you.
Tough coaching is fine. Crossing a line is different.
Hey, Eric, appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 back if your team wins. If you're thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Just a reminder today at 141, we're giving away Lions tickets. Chance to win a pair to the Miller Lite Tap Room for a Lions game against the Bears on November 19th. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Southgate on Eureka Road tonight for Thursday Night Football Feast. Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8. A chance to win there as well, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Anthony. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. And R.I.P. Bobby Knight, right? A real classic. So you guys talk about him. We're talking about coaches, and it made me think of middle school basketball in 7th, 8th grade. I won't say his name, but God love him. He'd turn the lights off, right? And he'd say, I hope you're prepared, and start throwing balls, right? Coach, you played for him, you hate him. He was our social studies teacher. We loved him, but kind of guy, 10 years later, I love him. Good guy.
Weird, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the purpose of that drill is.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to ask him. He probably doesn't have an answer.
No. Thanks, Anthony. 248-539-9797. We go to Dave next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hi, how you guys doing? Comment on interview with a former Indiana player, and they asked him if Bobby Knight was a great coach. He goes, well, he was a great teacher. and I think that speaks volumes of what he really thought of him as a coach. I didn't really like everything that he did. He got the most out of all his players in college. I don't know if a lot of them really did, tremendous things in the NBA, but he did definitely make them the best college players that they could, I thought.
Well, some yes, and some might say
he leaves
something else.
He leaves a complex legacy.
Who was the guy that was
the
top recruit they had in the late '80s, early '90s? He was Indiana, born and bred.
Luke Recker.
I don't think Luke Recker. Somebody else.
Damon Bailey.
Damon Bailey, I think, was the guy.
Yep.
And all the hype on that kid goes to Indiana. All the pressure for him to go to Indiana, and he was just Wonder what he would say. Had he gone somewhere else, would he have been something, or was he just so browbeaten? Because that's really what it looked like watching on TV back then.
Yeah.
And how different it would look today. Like, how long would Bob Knight last in today's environment where everything's on TV, everything's on social media? I mean, he wouldn't last a season.
Thanks, Dave.
And I don't think that's the wussification of the sports world. I think it's just weeding out some people that, could be considered bad apples.
Let's go to Mike next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Go ahead.
Hey there, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Got you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't have a whole lot to say about Bobby Knight. Not much into the basketball thing, but listening to the show yesterday, I got to agree with you guys. I was so depressed listening to all the people talking bad. I thought the season was over with, as of yesterday. It was a terrible thing.
It wasn't what I expected. I can understand frustration. I was surprised at I don't want to overstate the case, but there were some extreme opinions about what missing out on Chase Young was going to mean.
Oh yeah. No, I'm 52 years old. I've been a Lions fan my entire life, and this is the first season in, a long time that I've actually got confidence in this team. I've got 100% confidence in Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes to do what needs to be done for this team. And all these guys are saying, these guys are dumb to get rid of them because they didn't, trade this time. Go apply for the job then. See if you do any better. These guys are 6-2.
I really don't think anybody yesterday said get rid of him. I think we had some people thinking the season was over.
Not on your show, but there was on several other shows.
Were there? Well,
oh yeah.
I mean, is there any logic behind that? I don't think so.
No, absolutely not.
So. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Nick is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nick.
Hey, fellas. I just want to talk about Brad and kind of the trade deadline. And I think, kind of piggybacking off those kind of aggressive comments people made about Brad, I think they kind of forget that Brad's job isn't to win the Super Bowl in 2023, 2024. And although I want to do that, going all in and pushing all your chips in one pile isn't usually a way people have longevity in the GM position, right? And I'm not saying he should make moves based off his job, but that's part of his job, right? And I also think we're in a different, although many fans might not want to admit this, we're in a different spot than the 49ers and the Eagles are. They've been to championship games. They've had a roster full of guys, and we're still kind of building this right now, if that makes sense. And that's why I'm not super discouraged. I think a depth corner would have been nice just because we lost Emmanuel Mosley. I just think, it's a little bit overreaction, and Brad's job is to build longevity, not 1 year winning the Super Bowl, and I'm sure the 10 Rams fans would be, obviously they won the Super Bowl, but they'd like to not have a barren wasteland.
10 Rams fans. I guess I do think his job is to win a Super Bowl.
It absolutely is. What are we doing otherwise?
I don't. Is it better to build it where you're consistently competing and winning Super Bowls? That it's not just a one and done? Yeah, that's better. And maybe that's what this looks like. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's exactly what this looks like when you're building it to win more than one Super Bowl. But I wouldn't say his job is to compete and have longevity more so than it is to win a Super Bowl. I think, he's still trying to pretty much win a Super Bowl.
Aren't you competing you're trying to compete for a Super Bowl every year? And it's not going to happen every year, obviously. And sometimes you're building towards that goal. But I doubt in his contract it says, you must win Super Bowl in 2020, 25-26 season. Like, there's not an exact year he has to win. No, he's got to try to win it any year he can possibly win it. Now, that doesn't mean mortgaging the future, and of course you want sustainability, but to act like this year's like, that's not the goal this year. Well, then what is the goal?
I mean, the goal is a Super Bowl. And you go into look at last season, you get off to a 1-6 start, things aren't going your way, and it's really hard to do that. By the end of the season, when they're literally on the last week of the season, and they need some help. They needed help from the Rams, and the Rams couldn't get it done, right? And the Lions took care of business against Green Bay. I don't know if there were many Lions fans that thought that was a point where had the Lions gotten to the playoffs, they would have been a real tough out for some teams.
Yep.
And had they matched up against San Francisco, no cakewalk for San Francisco. And then you look at the problems San Francisco had with the quarterback situation. They would have been a tough out for anybody in the NFC at the end of last year. So when you get to the beginning of this year, you can realistically talk about, gentlemen, we've assembled a team that's going to compete for a Super Bowl. And that's what they say in the confines of Allen Park and here at Ford Field, because they can do that. It's their team. It's who they're talking to, and they have to have that goal. It's a lofty one, but it's there.
Yeah, and you can take steps towards that goal, right, guys? Like, okay, let's say the goal is win the division. Okay, what's the point of winning the division? To host a playoff game? So you can, host a playoff game to do what? To win that playoff game? And it keeps going forward, right? To eventually is to win the Super Bowl.
Yep. Yeah, I thought he was, the previous caller, making a point about competing for more than one, which I think we all be in favor of. Maybe this is what it looks like. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hello?
Yeah, hey, Joe, go ahead.
Hey, listen, how's the feedback? I'm still on the car phone, busy. Hey, 1958, the basketball coach got mad at the center in practice because the center kept moving his pivot foot. So the coach got tired of yelling at him, so he took his shoe off, and he stood behind the center with his shoe in his hand saying, if you move that foot again, I'm going to whack you right in the head with this. Well, he didn't move anymore, but eventually the coach got mad and took a folding chair and threw it across the gym floor. And that was decades before Bobby Knight did it. That was pretty good.
So you had an old school coach. You had an old school coach. Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
Or just old. Well, that's I mean, the man's talking about basketball in 1958. I mean, Henry Iba is like, hey, what happened?
Let's go to Matt next on 97.
Will Chamberlain was offended. The guy told me, you move that pivot foot.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Big fan of you three. I've been on the show for you guys a couple of times. I'm sure you don't remember me, but I'll try to keep it short. I have a great coach story, but just real quick for you three. Doug, you seem like the type of guy I'd want to go to my parents' house or my friend's parents' house, hang out and have a beer next to the fire with. Gator, as a former chef, I'd love to cook you something. Would you eat that? And Kane, if we played football together, I would have picked 6 to you on the flat on an out route.
But everyone else got something nice.
Real quick. So
why are you talking Kane?
It's okay.
Yeah, what's up, Kane? Real quick. I had a crazy coach in high school for football, and we're position guys, so we're catching punts, right? Catching punts. This one kid keeps trying to catch punts with his hands over his head. Drops like 5. So our coach is like, 75 years old at the time. Blows the whistle, stops practice. He comes over, rips the belt out of his practice pants, ties his hands behind his back, and makes him proceed to try to catch like 15 more punts on his chest plate. And at the time, our varsity punter went to Grand Valley to punt. So these punts were booming. So it was classic.
That's old school. That is old school.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing, and thanks for insulting King. 248-539-9797.
A direct shot.
We swing around. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We swing
Totally.
around the NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, time to give away some Detroit Lions tickets, 2 tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for the game against the Bears on November 19th. First one with the correct answer to the following question. You get those tickets. Earlier in the show, I said I've always wanted to do something during a commercial break when we did the show live from Comerica Park. What is it I always said I wanted to attempt to do as we did the show live from Comerica Park? First one with the correct answer, 248-539-9797. You will get the Lions tickets to the game against the Bears on November 19th. And if you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Southgate on Eureka Road tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. We have some breaking news from the Big Ten that has nothing to do with any scandal. But I do think it will interest people, both Michigan and Michigan State fans. It's 2024 schedule related, and we'll get to that today at 1:50 on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, my favorite place to go is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. You want to watch a sporting event, there's no better place than 24 in Berkeley. Why? Flat screen high definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for all the big games. They have amazing drink specials for all the local games, or the local college games, professional games. They got specials galore. Plus, it's amazing food that they have there. Best wings in town. Amazing service as well. You want specials? Here are the specials. $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light for all Michigan State games. For Lions games and all the Sunday ticket games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite. For Wings and Pistons games, they have $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. And those specials are all day, every day. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. That way you get all the great contests they have, and you learn a lot about what's going on there. And if you have a holiday party or an event you want catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work. And if you're going to head downtown to watch, well, a certain professional football team play, let me tell you something. You're going to want to get on the 24-second shuttle bus. This way you avoid all the parking nightmares, the traffic nightmares. They'll take you there. There's a fee associated with it, but you want to get on that schedule and make sure you talk to people at 24 about getting on that bus. Every seat's great there. Check it out, 24 Seconds in Berkeley, where the service is great, the food's even better, and check out all the specials and the happenings at the website at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, so we have some interesting college football news that might interest Michigan and Michigan State fans that has nothing to do with anything that's been in the headlines for the last week. But we did get a winner. We did get a winner to our Carson Anderson quiz question. It was Gabriel in West Bloomfield. The question was, what is it I said I'd like to do during a commercial break when we do the show from Comerica Park? And the answer was, see if I could run the perimeter, the outside of the park, during one commercial break. Someday, Gator. Someday.
Yeah, well, you better hope it's a long break.
All right, so Brett McMurphy from Stadium, I believe.
Action Network.
Okay, Action Network. He's got some scheduling news for 2024 for Michigan and Michigan State.
Yeah, he's got highlights on the Big Ten schedule next year, and one of the highlights is on September 21st.
9/21.
USC at Michigan. Of course, no times for these yet.
Noon.
I would guess that would be the noon kickoff, probably. We'll just look at Michigan State stuff that's warranted here. On October 5th, Michigan at Washington.
Michigan at Washington. I also have a start time for that. It is noon.
Do you?
Yep.
Well, UCLA's at Penn State. Iowa's at Ohio State. USC's at Minnesota that same week. Looking forward, you've got Michigan hosting Michigan State on October 26th.
So MSU at Michigan. Okay.
Nebraska's at Ohio State that same week.
Okay.
On the following week, November 2nd, Oregon at Michigan.
Oregon at Michigan. Okay.
Not a whole lot of Michigan State stuff in here, as you can understand why at this point. And then you've got, obviously, 11:30. That would be November 30th. Michigan's at Ohio State. I'm going to guess that's a nooner.
Actually, it's weird. They're all noons. They all are noon starts.
Oh, so sad for you.
I know, right? All right. So any others like any? So this is
UCLA and USC is November 23rd. Let's see. Looking for I'm looking for you. OSU and is at Penn State on November 2nd. That's the same week that Oregon is at Michigan.
Wow.
And USC is at Washington, so that's interesting.
All right, so next year these are Brett McMurphy.
October 12th, Ohio State's at Oregon.
Wow.
Penn State is at USC.
Wow.
So this is the fun part about adding the schools in the Pac-12.
It is fun. I would reverse all this if I could, but all right. So here's what's leaked according to Brett McMurphy. September 21st, USC at Michigan. October 5th, Michigan at Washington. October 26th, Michigan State at Michigan. So it's kind of like the same weekend as it was this year. November 2nd, Oregon at Michigan. And November 30th, Michigan at Ohio State.
Yeah. Ooh, that says that's a night game. That's on.
Yeah. They're all noons, confirmed and locked in, rock solid. So there you go. Interesting.
Yeah. No, when you see it actually in writing there,
it does look cool.
I'm getting a little excited about, Oregon, Washington, USC, to an extent UCLA. Look, just to see the jerseys for UCLA is going to be cool. The fact that they play out in L.A. and you're going to have an opportunity to, if you want to go watch the team play a road game, a trip to the Rose Bowl to see your school take on UCLA somewhere down the road is going to be fun.
The college football world we're moving towards is really I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure what it's going to be, and I'm not sure I'm going to like it more. Everything about college football Sunday through Friday can depress me even more recently, but Saturdays are still great. So interesting. So thank you to Brett McMurphy for those release dates.
I wonder if he'll have another tweet that comes out with other dates, depending on who Michigan State hires as their next head football coach, if all of a sudden that those games take on a whole new flavor.
Could.
We shall see.
Are you still at 51%?
Yeah.
Okay. No movement one direction or another?
No.
Okay.
I'll keep it at 51.
So
I just really feel like we're gonna get some word today.
You think we're going to get word today on Michigan State's coaching job?
Yeah, today or tomorrow. I think this is something that, just it feels like reports are coming out from a bunch of different people that have sources, and they're like things are afoot with Urban Meyer in one way or the other. Either he's going to be here or he's not. But Michigan State needs to know.
Do they need to know now?
I would like them to know now for a couple reasons. Let's say if he is, then yeah, as soon as possible, so you can get and try to get some recruiting going. If not, that's fine. Okay, then we can focus our attention elsewhere where it needs to be focused.
Okay, fair enough. Ken, did you say break? I'm sorry, I missed the message. Is that okay? Gotcha. All right, so guys, coming up next. Thanks for listening. Thanks for everybody down here at Ford Field at the Michigan Association of Broadcasters Job Fair. Thanks to our crew for keeping us on the air. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Win Schuler's Cheese Spread and Snack Dips. The Red Wings will try to make it back-to-back wins when they play the Panthers tonight at Little Caesars Arena. At 13 points, Detroit is the third best team in the Eastern Conference, trailing just the Bruins and Rangers. Head coach Derek Lalonde was asked about what the Wings are focusing on as the calendar now flips to November. Puck drop against Florida is at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Pressure is mounting on Michigan as they get ready for Saturday night's game against Purdue. During a conference-wide call yesterday, several coaches expressed anger that the Big Ten has not taken any action on the Wolverines' alleged sign-stealing scheme. Meantime, they're a massive 32.5-point favorite over the Boilermakers at the Big House. And staying in the Big Ten this afternoon, schedules for next season, they're going to be released at 4 o'clock. The Pistons aim to snap a 2-game losing streak against the Pelicans in New Orleans tonight. Tip off at 8 o'clock. o'clock. The pregame show at 7:35 on WWJ. And also the bye week continues for the Lions, but we've got Thursday Night Football tonight on the Bet 1270. The Titans visit David Steelers at 8:15 at the Ticket Update Desk. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. I'm never going to say in a facetious manner, make a song. That is not what I meant by that.
You know what? I would like to take up and let you know I have a new role, executive producer. We went back and we remixed this song this morning. Roberto had it the first time. I'm like, no. We could sweeten this and make it better.
Is that how you got the polka music in there?
No, the polka music was already in.
Okay, I'm just... All right, so another day of As the World Turns. And don't blame me. It ain't me making the news. I mean, Christ, I got Rico sending me things at 1 a.m. And then I tape a pod this morning and something else happens. I mean, you just get to a point. When is enough here?
Yeah, I walked through the door and Evan was like, hey, did you see what I texted you? I was like, what, from last night? No. There's a news story.
A news story. You got a Michigan staffer getting picked up trying to pick up a 13-year-old. Oh, that's nice. That's while I was taping a podcast today. And I'm not, you can watch the video. I have no interest in it. And look, that ain't nothing to make any light of. That is as serious as it gets. All right. And I know we talk sports. Is there any vetting process at Michigan? I mean, Christ almighty. You got a computer criminal, a psychopath sign stealer, a racist, and now a pervert. That sounds like, I mean, what are we doing here? Then you throw in a felon with a gun. Then you throw in a guy who retweets anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Offensive coordinator that we still don't know.
Well, that was the computer criminal.
Oh, okay.
So I just like, I don't even know what to tell you, because what I wanted to come in and talk about, the Big Ten coaches did exactly what I said they should do yesterday. They took 90 minutes and took a nail gun to your program.
Yeah, they basically had Festivus.
They had Tony Petitti on the phone, and in the report here, a 90-minute video call with Big Ten coaches last night. Basically, according to the 5 sources familiar with the call, a chorus of voices encouraged Petitti to take action against Michigan in a call described as both intense and emotional. Quote, collectively, the coaches want the Big Ten to act right now. A source familiar with the call said, what are we waiting on? We know what happened. And then reports today, the ADs are on the phone with Petitti today. Mm-hmm. And I have bad news for you. There'll be one AD who disagrees with the tenor. It'll be yours. 13 ADs are going to be out for blood. The problem I have with the report yesterday was where Tony Petitti was unaware of the severity. To which I said to Rico, either this guy's the most dishonest scumbag on the planet or the dumbest one. Mm-hmm. If you are the new Big Ten commissioner and you, quote, are surprised by the severity, have you been living under a rock? So here's how this is going to work. If Tony Petitti whistles by the graveyard and doesn't do anything where apparently all the coaches want blood, I will presume the ADs will send a similar message. I'll presume it. Guilty as charged. You lose the coaches, you lose the ADs. Let me tell you what happens next. You lose your job. Because at that point, the school presidents are a formality. Mm-hmm. So if you're Tony Petitti, welcome to the Big Ten, you got a big issue to handle.
Because you already have the money. You already have your expansion. Your team's coming in from the Pac-12. Contracts are signed. The ink is dry. There's really no need for you if you can't handle this. Because it comes across as favoritism. That you are favoring one team over the rest. And the other 13 teams said no. And I'm quite sure they can get the other 4 joining the conference on their side as well. You can't have a commissioner who just buries his head in the sand and says, really, this is a big deal? Yes, Tony, it's a big deal. You need to step up and you need to do something. You don't have to wait for the Big Ten. You don't have to wait for the College Football Playoff Committee. You could just step in there and protect your brand because the Big Ten brand is bigger than the Block M. But right now, you're treating it the other way around.
See, what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, you get the refrains from the people, and they called in yesterday, oh, it's a smear campaign, it's a witch hunt. And it's like, is it? I mean, there's no doubt the NCAA is after you. You've given them reason. Your coach lied to them. But here's the last year of Michigan football. I mean, if I just start with the Mazi Smith thing, gun charge in the morning, gets on the plane 3 hours later. I don't know how you pick that up. Donovan Edwards retweets anti-Semitic rhetoric. You got your OC get his computer seized. You hire a racist with no vetting in Shemi. But hey, he's the biological son. You have Harbaugh under investigation where it looks like he lied to the NCAA. You have now your sign-stealing guy in Connor Stallions. You now have
an OC.
Well, I said Matt Weiss.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you lose track?
Yeah, I did.
So now you have today a staffer get picked. Well, not today, but a staffer been let go. He got picked up because he's a pedophile. Trying to pick up a 13-year-old girl. Let me ask this question. Forget about Michigan State. Forget about Ohio State. Create a team in Madden. If this was the last calendar year for you, is it fair to ask how the hell is this guy still coaching? I mean, I sat here yesterday on what I deem to be a major cheating scandal, something where there's an absolute advantage. And I asked the question of, look, is that the move from the Big Ten where reasonably, if they're going to continue to play, Harbaugh can't continue to coach them? The bylaws back you. But look at what surrounds the program. What coach in America, if it's not right in our backyard and it's not a huge brand and they're a hell of a good football team, how is this guy still here? I mean, forget about Urban Meyer back in the day. One incident was enough, and I did those shows, guys. One incident was enough for him to lose his job and for you to demand it. One. How about Jim Tressel? What, Tattoo-gate?
Mm-hmm.
Tattoo-gate. Look at all the things I just listed and tell me again why you're fighting for this guy. Tell me again why he's your hero. You're the CEO of one of the most respected and profitable brands in all of college football, and you have been in the news for all the wrong reasons, 9 out of 10 stories. Now you got the cheating thing. Why? The idea they're going to sign him to an extension amidst all this is hilarious to me. They can do whatever they want. I'm not going to get upset about it.
No, it just says that they don't care. And that's when you juxtapose that or we're better than everybody, we're the leaders and best, but you're not.
No, that's a joke. I mean,
you're not. I mean, right now, you're auditioning for the new version of 30 for 30 for the U 2023.
Yeah, no, they're not going to recover from this. Oh, they'll win games. They might win the Natty. No one is going to let them off the hook. They're going to be viewed as cheaters and scumbags and derelicts. They're going to be viewed as a renegade program, which doesn't bother me, right? Kenny roots for a renegade program.
No, I mean,
it doesn't matter.
It's like I said, I liked when they did the U and then when they did the Swamp Kings, and I got a feeling that years from now we'll be talking about this calendar year at Michigan.
So the question,
it'll be a documentary.
What, if any, fallout will happen now that the coaches are imploring Petiti to act, and you would presume the ADs on their call today will do the same thing? Because there's going to be a couple ADs with a very vested interest, and before you call up and go, well, they just want what? They want a chance to go to the Big Ten.
It's a level playing field.
Yes, so of course, before they play you, they want you gone. You would do the same thing. Oh, it's a smear campaign. Is it? Is it a smear campaign that Mazi did what he did and you did what you did? No. Is it a smear campaign when Donovan Edwards retweets anti-Semitic rhetoric?
No.
Glitch.
I forgot about the glitch.
Is it a smear campaign when your OC gets his stuff seized? Is it a smear campaign when you hire a racist? Is it a smear campaign when you're up on a cheating scandal while already under NCAA investigation? Guys.
And then now you find out you got a low-level staffer who is possibly, allegedly a pedophile.
So, and again, this is the peak of fairness. There's really not a way to prevent that. You can only act and handle it the right way. But when that is a part of all of this, the whole idea of institutional control as a CEO of a big football program, how can I say to you Harbaugh has it? How? Dueling investigations? The mystery OC? Clearly your vetting processes have got to get reworked. You got at least 3 staffers that have been problematic to say the least.
In the last year. Not even the last year, the last 10 months.
I just want to understand. I do. Like, I'm not yelling and screaming. I don't have it in me.
I also want to understand this as well, because we use the F word on this show, and that's fair. We like to be fair, right? Back when the situation with Urban Meyer at Ohio State was happening with his assistant coach, institutional control was a word that Michigan fans continue to use.
Oh, yeah.
He's lost institutional control. He should be fired because of it. But now everything is happening at Michigan, but Harbaugh knew nothing. Harbaugh, what about institutional control? All of a sudden now that's thrown out the window?
Well, hold on. Now, here's the other thing. Institutional control is an old school buzzword. So let me just explain. Program control. Program chaos. You're under multiple See, here's the other thing, and this is the hilarity of it to me. Your school president is such a fanboy that they're actually trying to drive a contract extension through amidst all of this, as if that's going to be a shield of innocence.
Bruh, even if I wanted to do this, I'm picking up the phone after the news that Evan just showed me. We're going to put that on pause.
We just have to.
Okay.
Well, why?
Guys,
we have to.
We're going to take a 30-second time out. We're going to collect our thoughts. We're going to pick this back up after Christmas.
Yeah.
We can't do this right now.
And look, the NCAA, they're going to do what they do. I've said to you for weeks, the Big Ten would be the one who has to step up. So I just want to know where you're at with it. Oh, the Wolves are circling. They are. There's blood in the water. I don't know if you're aware of this, guys. Nobody likes you. All those years of talking down to people, all those years of being really the most hated fan base in college football, guys, I'm sorry. Nobody really likes you. So don't be shocked when they're doing what they're doing.
When the other 13 galvanize and say, yeah, they form their own little Voltron.
But what they did, we know factually now, has impacted at least 12 of the 13 other schools because they haven't played Northwestern in a couple of years.
Correct.
I mean, it's just, they have a right to be upset. Now the ADs are going to take the stage today with Petitti on what will probably be another 90 to 2 hour call.
Because you know the ADs have already had their coaches pretty much say, you better reinforce what I said, okay? Let them know how angry we are. Don't go in there with that whole, well, maybe we could work something out. No.
And look, there's right, there's real. We're not babe in the woods. I understand the money that's on the line. I understand, and I've told you from the beginning, I didn't think the NCAA would be able to do anything in time. But every day it's something. And now I just get to a point where I go, are you better off without Harbaugh? I mean, a fish rots from the head. Are you just better off? Is that the peace offering? The CEO's gone. You keep playing. Team 178 or whatever they are tries to win it all. And if the NCAA does what they does in the post-haste, fine. But if the blood's in the water, do you make an offering here?
No, it is. But it reminds me of what you and a caller talked about a few days ago. I forgot the technical name. No, not that. When basically you sit outside of a club for an hour to
sunk costs.
Yeah, sunk costs. That's where you are. It took you forever. And remember how hard it was to get him to leave the NFL to come here. Then things didn't go well at first, but you stuck by him. And now it seems the payoff is just right there. I don't think you can bail on him.
Because I don't know if they should. I'm asking the question. I don't know the answers. I'm not doing this as Gruff Sparty. I don't know. I have said if it was my school, I would just try to put my head in the sand and play. Now, as a radio host, no, I'd rip my school's ass. I'm not compromised. I don't have friends there.
Right, but the problem is you could bury your head in the sand, but now the sand is being blown away, and it's just you bent over.
Ass to the sky, and we're about to get hit by a car. I don't know. Let's talk to the people. 248-539-9797. You got the coaches ripping your ass in a call last night. You got the ADs who are likely going to do the same today. Got to wait for Tony Petitti. And then, yes, you had a staffer picked up for attempting to pick up a 13-year-old, which is absolutely just disgusting and satanic behavior.
Yeah, let's go move on from that.
Yeah, no, because again, it's a separate issue. But when you look
collectively,
at
yes,
just the totality of how many hits are you going to take before you yourself do something,
and all of these things within a calendar year. It's not like this happened over 10 years. Nope, 365 days. All right, we got college football. You got NFL football going on. I need the fastest internet around to keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, pixelated videos, just pure uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with very fast, ultra-fast speeds. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. It means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, fantasy stats, heck, even the latest news stories. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, depending on gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Thanks, caller Rob. Hey, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees, and the best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Serta's perfect sleeper as well. Pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. It's Serta, made in Michigan for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. Sorry about that. My elbow hit the machine. That was my bad. I went to take my hat off and I hit the drop.
It's like,
sorry about that. One note, I want to add these Bruce Feldman quotes regarding the call last night. Everyone's upset. Why is nothing being done? We want to know, what else do you need to know to take action? We want it done now. Nicole Arbeck on this report as well. This is from a coach. They have been manipulating the game and cheating the game for 2.5 years to know exactly what other team is doing. Michigan might as well have been playing with 15 guys on the field. What's the message the Big Ten is sending now by doing nothing? Reports today is the AD call is going to be at 5 o'clock, and your subject matter is Jim Harbaugh and Michigan. They're not going to be talking about weather or the next volleyball social.
Not the schedule that comes out.
So my question was, like, at what point is enough here? And if you're a Michigan fan, I'm offering you an opportunity to talk about this without turning into Mike Lindell. If your goal is to play for the Natty, what can we do to assist you in that? That is why I bring up the Harbaugh angle.
Yeah. Well, I would simply say this. It's a different school, but it happened this year.
What?
At Northwestern, the allegations of hazing inside the locker room came out. Northwestern, in and of itself, said, we don't believe that Pat Fitzgerald actually knew it was going on, but it was something that had been going on for years. They fired him. It wasn't, well, we're going to wait and let it play out. It wasn't anything like that. Northwestern just stepped up and said, even though we don't think you had anything to do with this, Pat, you're gone. But here, when you win, it's a different set of rules. That's Northwestern. You get treated however. You're Michigan. You're the Block M. You win games. People will kindly keep finding excuses for you.
Look,
but when you look at it that way,
I get it. It's a great point by you. I didn't think of it. It's rock solid. But again, Michigan is smart in how they operate, meaning you have a fanboy as a president. Santaono not only understands how important football is, I'm convinced he thinks he's the mascot. Ward is kind of just, I don't know how Ward is still there. The point is, him and Jim are never in the same damn room, and he knows he can't win that battle anymore. He'll try, but he can't win it. And Harbaugh, he's the legendary player. He's basically Bo's, well, he's the non-biological son of Bo that you like. Mm-hmm. And he embodies everything you are. The faux exceptionalism, the needler, the whole talk down to everybody routine, and never, ever admit you did anything wrong, ever. That's who you are. It's smart because they wear you out. Their play style on the field is similar to the play style off the field. Good point. Michigan will wear you down. They just wear these stories down. And we see it every day with you, the callers. Not all of you. I think many of you have been fair. Many of you are decent about it. I'd like to think we're not yelling about it. No. I haven't said anything that's crazy unfair. No, but Christ, do you run into these cultists and you're like, mercy me.
It's the hardcore fans, Mike, because at the very beginning, a lot of Michigan people were like, yeah, this doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. But as more came out, slowly but surely, they're like, you know what?
We've gotten John to minimal.
Yeah, see, I said that.
Yeah.
We talked about it when the stuff first came out, and I'm at the table talking pre-show, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. No big deal.
I know.
But it changed.
And as more and more, it's like you can still be a fan. You can still love Michigan.
100%.
But you can also realize, yeah, this isn't right of what's going on. Now, if you're the hardcore zealot, you'll defend it to the end. This is who came up with who hired the private investigator? That shouldn't be your biggest concern right now. It's the story that the private investigator came up with, not who hired him. Like, what are we doing here? But it's constantly moving the goalposts. Well, he was a crazy guy, manifesto, lone wolf.
None of it matters.
There's no competitive advantage. Now there's minimal competitive advantage. It's like it's a new buzzword.
Look, if the things you were saying are true, would the coaches have a leg to stand on? No. Tony Petitti would come out and say, F you, we're not doing a thing. Keep crying. I think Jim Delaney may have done it. I'm interested. And I have not said I have not demanded what Tony Petitti say. I've just said that he needs to speak. As the commissioner of the Big Ten, which is one of the two super conferences, you need to speak. And not like this. You just need to speak calmly. Now the ADs will do their thing tonight, and maybe we get to wake up tomorrow with no nonsense. But for the time being, this is what we have. David, ticket text. Then we'll get to your calls.
Lifelong Michigan fan here, and I care about the brand. I don't care about the coach. So fire Jim Harbaugh. He has tarnished the brand.
See, David, I want to ask you this, not Rico, because Rico doesn't like Michigan. You do. Do you agree with what I said earlier? From a brand standpoint, damage is already done.
Oh, for sure.
You're going to be referred to as cheaters basically forever.
It doesn't matter how long. You're right. New coach, that will be on their brand. It will be.
It's already been tarnished.
Correct.
I mean, look at how long it took to lose the stigma of the Fab Five.
You're right. You're exactly right. So
took like 20, 30 years before people a whole new generation of people had to be born and push the old ones aside and say, okay, I don't know anything about the Fab Five. I just like Michigan basketball.
Someone says this AD meeting has nothing to do with Michigan. It was already scheduled and on the books.
You're wrong. I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Coach's meeting was scheduled.
I'm telling you, you're wrong with the subject matter. What do you think they're there to talk about? Do you like Fun Dip 4-8?
The Christmas holiday dinner. That's
why do you have to be such unholy?
Okay, guys, we got the Secret Santa coming up, okay?
What's your favorite Airhead?
The limit is going to be $150. Yeah, $150 gift, okay? That's it. Secret Santa.
Who's got the now and laters? Pass them around the room.
Nothing will happen to Michigan.
White Thanksgiving versus Black Thanksgiving.
Right. That show's coming up in a few weeks.
Nothing will happen to Michigan this week. Petitti is as shameless as Michigan fans. Oh, my.
Well, listen, I got to give Petitti a shot here. It's his first major act as the Big Ten commissioner. Let's see what he's about. I don't have high hopes. I don't expect much because I'm really starting to believe that a sport that was largely corrupt or television oriented is we're basically WWE at this point. It's Bravo Network. Who's the guy who captains that below deck boat? What's his name? Let's have him as Big Ten commissioner because that's basically the integrity we would have left. We'll have Andy Cohen as Big Ten commissioner.
Ryan Seacrest.
Right. I mean, that's it. Right. That's where you're headed if you don't do anything about this. Now, what's the thing? Guys, I don't know. I'm not the guy standing on a rooftop saying you got to disband the program. We haven't done that. But this is really effed up.
Remember when you guys said that he would come down with the hammer on Michigan? Well, this guy didn't even know it was happening.
When did we say that? When did we say? See, guys, you don't have to do that. You don't have to put words in mouth. I said what you need to be worried about is not the NCAA because the timing doesn't line up. If someone's going to do it, it would be the Big Ten or the CFP. I don't know Tony Petitti. I know what he did to the Astros, where you have a CBA, and by letter of the law, he gave them max penalty. I need a vacation. I got to tell you. Go ahead, David.
John in Auburn Hill says, hey, guys, the Big Ten needs to do something about this thing now. The longer they wait, the worse the situation will get.
We'll get to the calls. Thank you for your patience, guys. We just like laying it all out at the start of the day. You guys obviously want to talk about it. We're down. Please, God, can we just see a press release? Urban's the coach. Can we get something here? I mean, can we, please? Please.
I'm working on it.
Thank you. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville. They moved enough product last year to cover 26 football fields. Guys, they just get it done. Everything's in stock. No wait times, no lead times. You buy it, you get it. Industry low prices. And again, you need someone to build it. No problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do to take advantage is call Northville Lumber today, or you go to their website anytime, northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. To the people, as the world turns, apparently. So let's do it. Let's see what everybody's got to say. Away we go. And the best name in the book leads off the show, a man named Mike. Mikey, what's going on, buddy? Welcome. How are you?
Hey, guys. Love the show. And just to do a little shout out, I love the Odyssey app. I listen to it all the time out of state.
Appreciate that, Mike. What's on your mind with this stuff?
So I am a Michigan fan. I don't know the answer of what's going to happen. Obviously, I'm a fan, so sure. I don't think Harbaugh is going to go anywhere. I am also a diehard basketball fan, and I do remember the NCAA came out with Kansas a couple of years ago at Bill Self. Major violations, 5 of them, I think. And they offered him a lifetime contract like the same year.
Yeah.
A year later, they won the national championship.
Yeah, now, in fairness, that is not a real-time cheating scandal. That was recruiting. I agree with you. And look, I hate Bill Self. I hate him if you listen to this show. Mike, I that is where I'm not yelling to the skies about banish the program. I can't because, A, it's not realistic, and B, I don't know if I'm there yet. I'm at a point, though, something's got to give. And the more that comes out, I mean, Mike, you have to understand. Now, I'm understanding your perspective as a Michigan fan. Respect. Understand mine as a Spartan grad. Your guy was on our sideline scouting us as a CMU faux staffer. I mean, we have just reached something, Mike, where I go, okay, come on. And if the coaches are this passionate, it gives me a belief, I'm not crazy, that it's not a no advantage or minimal advantage, that it's a real one. You do understand that, right?
I do understand that. And I think also just a perspective, I'm learning about it, obviously, as you guys are learning about it, or even later. And if they knew about this a year ago when we played TCU, everybody this year has changed their signs. And I think Michigan's wins are valid because everybody knows this. I think in terms of what Rico mentioned about what happened in Northwestern, when you're dealing with hazing in a sexual nature, I think if that happened at Michigan, Harbaugh would be gone. I think it's a very different thing when you're dealing with hazing, when you're dealing with, something also that's serious, but it's not putting the endangerment of your players at risk.
I'm glad you said, Mike, I want to play a clip, and I appreciate it, Mike. Look, this is how most callers have been. It's well-reasoned. We only get a couple of nutcases. I want to play Matt Rule. David, do you have that? Matt Rule was asked about this by Andy Staples, head coach in Nebraska, and he brought up player safety, etc. Just take a listen. I'm not telling you we're curing cancer, but take a listen to what he has to say about this and the impact it has. And I like the distinction that was made there. Yeah, because I agree with it and I've said it, so I'm guilty. But my point is, recruiting is one thing. I actually have far less of a problem if you're handing a McDonald's bag of money to your starting middle linebacker than I do this scandal. The 60 minutes of the game, the commitment to keeping that clean, that's sacrosanct. Everyone steals signs. That's never been what this is about. You're stealing them in game. You're stealing them with the All-22. You're not advanced scouting and illegally recording and then crunching the numbers and using a military-grade stealer, which, by the way, smart idea, terrible execution. Not everyone's doing that, period. And if you want to know why coaches don't go public and impugn other schools, why do it publicly when you can do it privately? There's no win doing it publicly.
Right. You come across looking like you're a whiner, you're a sore loser, you're afraid of them, because there's no win for you. Because now all of a sudden you'll become the bad guy. And look at you. You're crying about this.
Let's go to another elite name, a man named Tony, 97.1. What's up, Tone? How are you, buddy?
I'm good. A high school coach out here in Michigan, 40 years, played at the University of Illinois. Brother played at Michigan. Fortunate enough to win a Big Ten championship way back when. But we've had a lot of success at the high school I coach at. And about 10 years ago, we played a team in the playoffs that was just loaded. I mean, it was Detroit Crockett. They had a ton of athletes. They had Desmond King, went on to Iowa. And,
Chargers.
And the Chargers is all pro. And they had several guys, Division I.
That was Tony Lippett, too.
Yeah, they had, yes, the school. I think he was too young there. They had a few other guys. I think the Hill brothers and a few other guys. But, from a talent standpoint, we had, we have a great program. I'm out at Marine City. We have a great program, but from a talent-wise that day, you didn't see it. But during the week on film, we picked up from their quarterback, the way he stood, we had him down with his feet, 100% run or pass. We knew, 100%. Mm-hmm. So when he was showing run, I had 9 guys in the box. He wasn't sacked all year. The first 11 games, when we got to him, we sacked him 7 times because my linebacker had 4 stunts that he could call anytime we saw a pass. So for these people that are saying it doesn't matter, now this is high school, granted, and
Sure.
I played at college, so I know. But if I knew every down when I was at Illinois, if it was run or pass,
right,
it's humongous. So the people say, well, I don't know how much of an advantage it is. Trust me, it's an amazing advantage.
And again, if you're stealing signs legally, you're doing your job.
We just picked it up off film. When the quarterback stance was staggered, we knew he was dropping back. When he was parallel, he was handed it off. But for these people to say, well, if you have to, even if you know what's coming, you still got to stop at baloney. These coaches will put more guys in the box if they know it's a run, and they'll be backing out of there when they know it's a pass. They'll have a stunt call. So I have no opinion. Like I said, I'm an Illinois fan first, a Michigan fan second, a Big Ten fan third. I'm only calling just to tell anybody who thinks that knowing what's going to happen the next play doesn't matter is way off base.
Right, and you know what, Tone? Even if in a given week it didn't work for you, when you do it over the course of 20, 30, 40 football games, I'm sorry. If you're coming to that conclusion, I think you're being intellectually dishonest.
Oh, by the way, according to Nicole Auerbach, Tony Petitti is expected to be in Ann Arbor on Friday, but he's there to attend the Big Ten field hockey tournament semifinal. As of now, he does not have any meetings scheduled with Ward Manuel, Jim Harbaugh, or any of this.
I wonder,
but that could change. Nothing planned as of now.
It feels, and again, the timing is lousy. They had the bye week to move this thing forward. I just start to really wonder yes, Michigan has this game this week. It's the Penn State game. And listen, I think you're 10 points better than Penn State, whether you're stealing signs or not. It doesn't matter to the argument. If they're going to do something, wouldn't they have to do something before game week Penn State? See, that's where I start to go, all right, maybe they do nothing.
See, I still think that Petitti's window, he still has you're going to sacrifice the Penn State game, but as you said, you're still better than Penn State. But if he came out right now and said, Purdue, Penn State, Maryland, you're not coaching those games, Jim. You're suspended.
See, but you guys just did it.
What'd I do?
The taint on the program is exactly what you said. Oh, they're better than Penn State. But now everyone's questioning if they're actually better than Penn State.
And that's no. Well, I'm saying they're better because Penn State has a worse offense than Michigan State.
And I'm with you.
I cannot watch
I'm with
Drew
you,
Aller.
but those that are out there are saying, well, are they really?
Yeah. Oh, and that's what's going to happen to you for a long time.
Now the thing is, Penn State's defense is stellar. The offense, not so much.
Not stellar.
Right. If their defense had got that scoop and score, they probably beat the Buckeyes, but you needed a defensive score in order to get that.
248-539-9797. We are loaded with calls. We're going to get back to the phone lines. Pucksalot's got a couple of picks tonight. I've been promised a 2-pack of picks. We're going to do that, and we'll continue. I mean, obviously, this is, hey, man, we're not digging ditches for a living, so don't take this the wrong way, guys. I'm just shooting you straight as a radio host. We're exhausted by this. This is not what we want to be doing. You think this is fun for me? Fun for me is if my program could get out of bed and not fall. This isn't fun.